Are we still looking at the Big 2 and the Little 10 or the Little 12 and soon to be the Little 16? Well, we will discuss over the next several hours here at the Voice of College Football. Welcome into the Big 10 live show. And we will get right to it because we got Steve Days on the line from Michigan Podcast to join us. Steve, how you doing today?
I'm well, Mark. How you doing, brother?
I am doing well. Good to see you. Appreciate you stopping by. Let's slice it up here. Some really good stuff going on. Of course, the first of three titanic matchups in the Big Ten Eastern Division, the three we've all been looking forward to. So Ohio State wins a bit of a slugfest against Penn State. Before we get your take on the game, I would call it a decisive Ohio State win. It's not like they mauled them, annihilated them, crushed them in any way. Nothing close to the Michigan win at home against Penn State last week. But of course, want your take on the game and how significant it is and how measurable, but also Penn State and their status in this conference, because it is just the latest in another, statement game, not a positive statement, but a negative statement in which James Franklin is now losing again a top 10 battle, a top 5 battle. He's 0-10 on the road in such matchups, and just your thoughts again about this particular game, what it means, and James Franklin and what possibly needs to change there.
Well, on the game itself, I completely agreed with Joel Klatt's analysis during the game. They're the same team. It's just one team has Marvin Harrison Jr. If you just flip him, and that provides an explosive outlet on the outside to run your offense through a either still developing or a pedestrian quarterback because he's still developing, I think the result of the game is different. I think that Penn State just doesn't have a player like that and hasn't really had a player like that in several years. I think they really missed Sean Clifford's running ability, his ability to turn 3rd and 4 into a running down and a first down. I thought the offense, looked really limited for Penn State. And I go back to something I think I said to you, and I've said many times on other shows I've been on in the preseason. I just really think Penn State made a mistake last year with Drew Aller. I thought they should have played him in more higher leverage situations because this was clearly a 23 team all along. We looked at the roster, and that way you wouldn't be in a position where the roster is ready to win now, but the quarterback is developing and holding the team back. They didn't do that last year. He played much more spot duty than what you saw Michigan do with J.J. McCarthy his freshman year back in 21, for example. And I think, normally his development timeline as a second-year guy in a program who reclassified early would be totally fine. I mean, there's a lot about his numbers that you like for a first-time quarterback. The problem is the amount of pressure on Penn State, and I get it. They're basically where our program was a couple of years ago. They ever going to get over that hump, but the rest of the team around him is pretty built to win right now. And so that makes his deficiencies show up all the more. And so I think that was the difference in the game. I think these are both teams that have two of the best defenses in the country, but ultimately Ohio State had a playmaker that they could run an offense through that would get, outside of the box in the point of attack, and Penn State does not.
Well, we had the conversation several times a couple of years ago about how masterfully Jim Harbaugh handled that situation between Cade McNamara. And before it became a situation when JJ was still clearly the backup, but getting him into high leverage situations because you set yourself up for a situation in which if the starter gets injured, your backup is ready to go. He's played in those kind of meaningful snaps. Number two, in that situation, it was a bit different, but it would be in the case of Aller and Clifford. You've got a different style and type quarterback for the defense to have to play against and account for. And again, it just sets you up for the future success. And especially when you're Penn State and you've got that clear differentiation between you and the rest of the league. Do you think after watching Michigan dominate another opponent, and again, we're going through this same cycle each and every week where they are just bludgeoning these mediocre teams in the Big Ten. However, Nobody else is doing that across the country. Number one, nobody's doing that in the Big Ten. So a Michigan State is playing down to the wire against Rutgers. They are leading at Iowa in the fourth quarter. So they're not a completely hapless, helpless team. And then Michigan just smacks them around. Is based on what you saw in Columbus Saturday, do you think there's now almost a 3-tier system between those three?
I don't know that I would say that yet. I mean, Ohio State played without Emeka Ibuka, who's a first-round draft pick, without Travion Henderson, who, at times has frankly flashed Heisman-level ability at tailback. So I don't know that I would say that. I do think watching Kyle McCord, I see much more Craig Krenzel than I do Dwayne Haskins or CJ Stroud or certainly Justin Fields. Seems more like just a guy plus maybe, who if he didn't have Ibuka and Harrison and that outstanding tight end would maybe be a Jag, just a guy. So I think that is what's different. I think, I mean, this is going to be the first time since Drew Henson and Steve Bellisari. I mean, when we had Denard, y'all had Braxton Miller. He's not a slouch, So if we're going back to Drew Henson and Steve Bellisari, that Michigan had a decided advantage at the quarterback position over Ohio State. Well, you had like the Chad Henne couple of years, and you guys had was it Todd Bauman? Was that his name?
Yes. Todd Beckman.
So maybe Chad Henne was better, but we were also, that was the end of the Carr era, really. And Ohio State was ascendant. It was at, peak Jim Tressel. So the rest of the roster, you were the better team. I think that's different, but I don't. Is actually better than it's been the last few years. So I think that's the difference. I don't think Michigan's in a tier by itself. And I don't know that you can say that at least until Michigan plays one of these teams. I think J.J. McCarthy is in a tier by himself. I think that he's dramatically better than Kyle McCord, who Ohio State took over him, as you well know. And it's just further along in his development than the 5-star Drew Aller is. I think that is maybe where the tiering is. But I think Michigan's offensive line is better than Ohio State's. I don't think it's as good as it has been the last couple of years, though. So I think the rest of the rosters are pretty even. I just think I think they're not even at quarterback.
Steve Deace, Michigan podcast, released later on Tuesday, correct? Is that typically the release time for the
Correct.
Michigan podcast each week? And he even allows me to come on and give my opinion. And then the Bigger 10 comes out when? Wednesday or Thursday?
Wednesday, yes.
On Wednesday. And then we get a little Detroit Lions NFL coverage, I see.
Trying to jump on the bandwagon of the team that has broken my heart, soul, and man parts for 40 years, Mark. Yes.
All right. Well, this Michigan team doesn't look like it's going to be the one to fill that role this year. I know you go through these games with a fine-tooth comb because at this point you're just searching for something to critique, criticize, tear apart, be concerned about, and it's becoming tougher and tougher by the week.
Like, I don't even know how to gauge the running game. And when I say the offensive line's not as good as it's been the last couple of years, I just don't think it's the Joe Moore award-winning offensive line. It's still really good, But they didn't run the ball that great against Michigan State. But here's why I don't know how to critique that. They did something they don't do a lot. They really weren't patient with the running game. I mean, Jimmy just kind of said right away, okay, cool. You guys want to run gap every time we snap the ball and bring your linebackers downhill and sell out against the run. I guess we'll just, build a Heisman candidacy for JJ tonight. When you had a Cade McNamara there, when you had a Shea Patterson there and some of those other guys, you're going to be a little bit more patient with a running game. They weren't patient at all. Pretty much from the jump, Michigan State was like, not happening. You're not running the ball. Okay. We'll just put a quarterback out there with a perfect QBR and we'll just beat you that way. And I don't know how to critique the running game because it wasn't that great, but I mean, they didn't give it time to get into any kind of a rhythm, if you know what I mean. They didn't. Michigan just kind of said right away, okay, gonna play us that way, then we're just gonna, let JJ shine on primetime television, and they did that, and so, me, the way my mind works, even if it works against me, I'm always curious of trying to come up with what I think people will do or what they should do. The one thing I've wondered about is, what if you played a shell, just a 3-man front, and dropped everybody in coverage and made JJ read the coverage? The problem with doing that, though, is it would slow us down, I'm sure, but then we just go back to Blake Corum getting 5 or 6 yards in every carry and possessing the ball for 35 minutes like we did last year. And I don't think that play now, maybe this year, your coach better than I do. Ryan Day doesn't strike me as a guy that would go with that game plan, even if you thought it would win. It's the antithesis of who he is. What do you mean? We're going to get like 3 offensive possessions in the first half? No way, and that's just not who Jim Knowles is either, but that's the one thing we haven't seen a team try, is we haven't seen a team just kind of sit back, rush 3, and say, okay, now you got to show us that you can stick with the running game and be as punitive with it as you were a year ago, or at least anything close to it. What we have seen, I mean, go back and watch the fourth quarter, man. We're playing the 3rd and 4th string quarterback, and Michigan State is just like Tecmo Bowl every snap. Guys running down the hill at the run. I mean, I think I told you in the offseason, I thought that JJ was going to be the Heisman candidate and not Blake, because I thought that's the way teams would play us after the way we bludgeoned them a year ago. But I'm kind of shocked that they're just doing it like no matter what. Doesn't matter how. You'd think you'd back off maybe a little bit if JJ shows he's on. Nope. It's okay. Cool. But that's the one thing we haven't seen a team try yet. We saw a couple of teams early in the year try to play TCU with a 3-man front, but more of a 3-3-5 where the linebackers are blitzing the gaps anyway, to try to slow down the run. And you saw JJ, except for that one game against Bowling Green, just annihilate teams for doing that. I'm talking like a true 3-man front, and you try to force Michigan to see if it can go back to what it was before, and if it's willing to win that way. The problem is, if you do that, tempo-wise, if your team does that, for example, that actually plays into the tempo we want to play, So, maybe this year you've got a more pedestrian offense. Maybe Ryan Day would be willing to put on the sweater vest and do it the Tressel way. I don't know. You would know that better than me, but it just seems kind of like completely against his DNA. But, I would have said it was against Jimmy's DNA just to say, F it. Okay, we'll just go to the pass in the first drive then, if that's how you're going to play us. But that's what he's doing. So, okay.
Well, at some point, it may have even been before they played a game. You had made the statement that they had switched uniforms. Michigan had become Ohio State on offense and vice versa. Now, in terms of Ryan Day and what he wants to do versus what he's being forced to do by the limitations of his quarterback and the situation of running and all the criticism out there about his team not being tough and him wanting to prove it. Well, we've seen them muscle the football. They were willing to run Mayan Williams straight at the Penn State defense 24 times and only get 62 yards. But they relied on the defense to carry them because they had that one of those kind of games where they only had a 1-score lead, but it felt like they weren't going to lose it at any time because Penn State was so inept in and of themselves, and also because of the Ohio State defense, I think is truly, and I don't want to make a call on it based on one effort, or I would call the Notre Dame game and those offenses, Notre Dame, Penn State, very similar in regards to limitations on the outside, quarterbacks who are obviously from an experience level, very different quarterbacks, but very stylistically similar quarterbacks. So the one thing I'll ask you about the Bowling Green game, because that keeps popping up with the only 14 points at halftime and JJ with 3 picks. I can't imagine that they did anything schematically in that game because it had been copied by everybody else. That was just
Correct.
JJ having a bad half.
That was just a team that really wasn't prepared to play football, and that was the game where they were going to have that Sharon Moore was offensive coordinator, offensive line coach, and head coach. He was the fourth head coach they had in 3 weeks. They just weren't ready to play, period, in that game. Yeah, that was just a clunker. No other way to put it, just a clunker. And they still won 31-6. Let's not make it look like, the game was ever in doubt or Bowling Green was, pushing him. This wasn't anything like if you go back to 2006 when we nearly lost at home to Ball State before we played you guys. Okay. No, this was just all self-inflicted, and this was at night, and a lot of guys all tried to hit a home run in every at bat and stopped actually playing football, if that makes sense to you. Yeah.
Speaking of clunkers, Michael Penix had one over the weekend. Caleb Williams has had a couple. So talking about Heisman Trophy, do you care about the Heisman Trophy? Do you want your player to win the Heisman?
I don't know how anybody could say they would not. It's the most coveted individual award in team sports. And, you look at it from a recruiting standpoint, we had the highest rated quarterback recruit in our state since Drew Henson. We offered him in the 8th grade, Dante Moore, and he ended up at UCLA, where he just got benched, by the way. And now we have another quarterback who might even be higher rated than Dante Moore, and he was the number 2 quarterback in the country. So that's saying that this kid's the number 1 quarterback in the country, and he's coming up in the 25 class. Yeah, I think it'd be nice to have your quarterback when you're trying to recruit that kid win the Heisman Trophy. So, yeah, not to mention, unless you're putting up Lamar Jackson numbers, or Andre Ware numbers, which you're not going to in our offense. So if you're winning the Heisman Trophy, that means that you're in the, your team's in the playoff. You're in the top 4, and you're winning it kind of. I was going to say Gino Toretta, but he's a better player than that. But you know what I'm trying to say, or Jason White. That's a product of the team that you're on. And that only bodes well for you as a fan of that team. So, heck yeah, I'd like to see him win it. You bet.
Penn State, Michigan, November 11th, I believe, 2 weeks before the game. How much was your confidence raised on Saturday?
Penn State's going to give us their best shot. And they always do, but in a different way. That this is going to be desperation for them. The entire premise of their program changes immediately if they win that game. And so you have to calculate that. But the difference at quarterback it's pretty substantial. I mean, we're talking about, it's the most important position on the field. We're talking about a guy who is going to be a first-round draft pick either this year or next. And I could foresee a scenario where he's the number 1 overall pick, actually, against a guy that maybe in 2 years might be, but we don't know that yet, And I think that's pretty substantial. They couldn't block your defensive front at all. I think man 1 to 5 defensive fronts, our 2 teams are pretty even. I think we have more depth there. We have the best depth of defensive tackle, Mark, I can ever remember as a Michigan fan, ever. I mean, there are 3 guys on our defensive front right now, and Chris Jenkins and Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham, that would have been alpha defensive tackles on most of the Michigan teams for the last 20, 25 years. And we could have had Mozzie Smith come back for another year, too, by the way. He left early to go to the NFL. First-round pick of the Cowboys this year. I mean, we just roll hockey lines off the edge. So I don't know how they're going to block us very well, particularly without the threat of the quarterback run. I think that's a problem for them. Without the threat of the quarterback run and with your backs turned in man, him picking up 30 to 40 yards on scrambles. I mean, I would imagine Jesse Minter has got a little something in terms of exotics and packages lined up for that matchup. And we're going to play man coverage, I would guess, in that game a lot.
Steve, you realize that while during 2020 and pre-21, I was consistently trying to lift your spirits, tell you what a sound program Michigan was and all the good that Jim Harbaugh had done there and elsewhere, and the future was still bright, that I still had a bit of a smirk on my face. I didn't expect us to arrive at this place, a year to 2 years later, or I would have been a little bit more serious about my comments. They were still truthful, but I didn't expect us to land here this quickly.
Well, I think, Mark, let's just call it like it is. I mean, Michigan developed the most complex and cunning signal stealing apparatus in the history of college football. And I think that singularly gets all the credit. I mean, as your coaches said to The Athletic, you guys were so smart. You even changed your signals before we played you last year. Of course, we ended up beating you even worse, but that's okay. I think it's pretty obvious that the stealing of signals that no other team has ever done and has never been done before just gave Michigan a unique, innate advantage. All of a sudden, our corners ran faster to cover the Ohio State receivers, and our guys blocked better and tougher. And I mean, you can see in the NFL, Aiden Hutchinson just falling all over himself without the knowledge of what play the other team is going to run. I mean, he's just been a colossal disappointment, biggest disappointment in that class, in fact. I mean, he's just face planted. And the Lions rue the day they made that pick. And, so that's a moribund franchise. You're used to them blowing the draft, and so, I mean, this whole thing's a shell game in a house of cards, Mark.
All right, Steve, you took us there. So we're going to continue on this path with the allegations and with the sign stealing and the advanced scouting with the sign stealing, not in play or in during the in-game game day situations. Okay. So nobody else is doing this, apparently. Only Michigan is the target. We don't hear of any of this going on. I can't remember this being an NCAA allegation. I forgot that it was a rule. It was instituted in 1994 from more of a budgetary standpoint.
It was instituted, and it was instituted for budgetary issues. That's why. Yeah,
exactly.
That you can't have in-person scouting. Okay.
Yeah.
But I have no idea how Joe from Flint, who doesn't work for the program, doesn't work for anybody, how's that in-person scouting? If I go to a game, Mark, and I want you to, if I go see Ohio State play and it's against somebody else, or if actually I'll take it back. If I go see another game and it would behoove me that I saw something and I'm like, I'm going to call my buddy Mark Rogers because Ohio State plays them next week. And I'd kind of it'd be good for us if that team lost. Right? You pass that up the food chain and it works for them. What is that a crime? Why would a private citizen be subject to NCAA rules? Do you even know how that works? How is a private citizen subject to NCAA rules?
Well, they are not. But we're not talking about a private citizen. We're talking about somebody that's connected to the program, or else Michigan wouldn't be able to suspend them.
No one is alleging that Connor Stallion went to any of these games and filmed.
Well, see, that was going to be my next question, because in this day and age, I would think it would be very easy to track such things on computers and phones.
No question.
No
one's alleging that. Even the story that came out today, they're saying he bought tickets. Okay. I buy tickets for people all the time. So what? I mean, first of all, if you wanted to steal people's signals, just use the all 22. Mark, how many games have you been to? I know you've been working for a network. You have your own network now. How many games have you been to in the last few years, Mark?
I've been to a handful in the last 5.
Okay. Mark, how hard is it to sit there at a game when everybody is standing up, all the commotion and everything on the sidelines, to sit in the stands and spot this stuff from in the stands? Do you know how freaking hard that is?
Yeah, I would not be able to do it. Yes.
No one could do it. I mean, at any point in time, someone stands up, you get half of you're logging the signals and which plays they ran out of which formations. You get a half a signal, but then everybody stood up to watch the play and you didn't get the other. You just watched the all 22 do this on your screen to zoom in and just sit there and just chart it in an office. That's all you'd have to do. That's all anybody has to do. The whole thing is, this is the stupidest thing. One of the stupidest things I have ever heard. Michigan State saying, they fear to the health and safety of our players. Well, after watching the game, there's other reasons you feared for the health and safety of your players. All right. But get the bleep out of here with that. What a bunch of friggin' pansies. My gosh. We just are such a bunch of pansies as a whole society. I mean, get the hell out of here with this whole thing. Okay. See, Ohio State, we had to change our signal. Dude, if I was an old school Ohio State fan like you, I'd be embarrassed. That's like Gene Smith saying, well, we can't play the playoffs outdoors. We need to play them indoors. Woody Hayes, from wherever he is resting in peace, will return to haunt you and hunt you down for such tomfoolery. You can't play outdoors. What the hell is this? And now we had to change our signals. You just literally went to a national media platform and said, we changed our signals so Michigan would know we were running, and they kicked our ass even worse. That doesn't mean what you think it means, dude. It's called a self-own, okay? This entire thing is one of the most ridiculous things I have ever seen. I mean it too. I mean, this is just stupid. I rooted for the Fab Five. That was some good old-fashioned cheating there. All right, Ed Martin just flat out freaking paying Chris Webber right out of pocket, man. That's what you do, bro. We earned all those vacated wins. We earned them all. No complaints. And you know what? I've never watched any of the old Fab Five games and thought to myself, I've never watched Chris Webber dunk on Jimmy Jackson in that elite final and thought, man, it's just a damn shame this game was vacated. Never thought it. Don't care. No one else does either. That was some real cheating there. This is dumb. Basically, the argument is Michigan, even if this is all true, I don't even know how you prove this. How do you know what the hell the guy's taking photos of or he's doing in the stands when everybody holds a phone? Okay. I don't even know how the hell this is even proven. Okay. But the idea that, well, Michigan just came up with a loophole to do something everybody else already does differently than they did. This is just dumb. We're dropping McDonald's bags of cash. We've got quarterbacks saying they didn't bring me here to play school. We got internet school. We got no school. We got basket weaving school at North Carolina. We got Bill Self, part of a money laundering operation with a corporation called Nike. I'm sorry, with Adidas. Stealing signs. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in the history of college sports. This entire thing, but I got to tell you, I'm so thankful for it. I am. Number one, I hope it's all true. I mean, this would be one of the most badass things ever. All right, man, I'm getting run out of here for winning 70% of my games, and I can't beat a bunch of cheaters. Screw that, dude. You want it ruthless? Jim, if that's true, Jim Harbaugh needs to be chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, not a football coach, number one, okay? Number two, I mean, this is, if you were worried about complacency, if you were worried about, well, they haven't played anybody, they're going to get kind of soft, monotonous. Oh, no. The chip you all just put on that team's shoulder with this, if I was the rest of the Big Ten, if I'm an Ohio State fan, I'm like, I'd be so pissed at my coaches for talking to anybody about this and doing this. Are you kidding me? Keep your mouth shut. They're overconfident. We ambush them Thanksgiving weekend, and then we can say anything we want to say. Oh, you only beat us the last 2 years because you had our signal. Say anything you want. By running your mouth now, oh my gosh, dude. From a motivational standpoint, this is a gift. Manna from heaven, man. Are you kidding me? That entire team right now is so pissed off. Did you see Sharon Moore running smack and waving bye to Michigan State as they left the field? Michigan doesn't do stuff like that, at least not on camera. We like to pretend we're better than you when we're not, okay? On camera, we don't. That's like Miami the U kind of stuff. JJ giving them the parade wave goodbye. Oh, gosh, you guys have no idea what you've done with this, but I do. and I am extremely thankful. That is one hell of a motivational tactic. We've
And
kicked your ass for the last 2 years, and it's because we stole your signals. Oh my gosh. Okay. Go with that. Thank
you
you.
forgot that it was snowing and half the team had the flu.
Yes. Yes.
Let's not forget those.
I mean, I just, I can't, the whole thing is just, it's just really dumb.
Let me
It's
ask you
just
two questions, though.
really dumb.
If in fact a staffer from Michigan or any other school is going to a game of a future opponent, regardless of whether you can prove that they're in the stands to steal signs, that is against NCAA guidelines, correct?
No,
Regardless,
I don't think it's against guidelines.
you
can't
have
go
to
to a
prove
game.
that they're there
You
on
can't sit in
a.
the stands. Your kid's playing. You can't sit in the stands.
Well,
See what I'm saying? I don't know. You know why you don't know, Mark? Do you know why you don't know? Because it's dumb, Mark. That's why you don't know.
Well,
The reason why this hasn't been like thought out and clarified and quantified is because it's dumb, Mark.
it is dumb
That's
if
why.
everyone has the same resource.
Because I could go watch Matthew Loves Ball on YouTube, who gives me all the games, okay, and just do it off of YouTube. I could get the all 22 film, and I could zoom in with my finger on my iPad, and no interruptions, nobody standing up, nobody in the stands wondering, hey fella, what are you filming? Nothing, and just do it that way in a sterile environment. Or here's the thing I could do. I could change my signals, Mark. Most teams run a check with me system. What the hell good does it do to steal their signals anyway in a check with me system? They're calling the play at the line of scrimmage, for goodness sakes. What the hell is this, Mark? Do you know? This is the dumbest crap I've ever seen.
So you're going to answer the obvious next, and you're going to tell me that the NCAA has a vendetta against Jim Harbaugh, correct?
I think it's
because
pretty,
he's blowing
pretty
them off.
obvious that the NCAA has an erect phallus where Jim Harbaugh is concerned. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious. Why, I don't know. Is it because he, has been pretty vocal about that the players have access to the TV money? I could see that. I mean, they're up on Capitol Hill right now trying to get Congress to save them from themselves. And you've got one of the most high profile coaches in all of college sports saying it's time to give the players a little taste of some of a spoonful of that sugar. It just completely undermining him. That could be it. I don't know. Here's what I know. I know that the NCAA once ruined Rick Neuheisel's college coaching career out of participating in an NCAA tournament basketball pool that the university's compliance department had told him that he had approval to be a part of. And they ruined his coaching career, and he spent years and years and years fighting them until he was finally exonerated. I know that. I know that there are a bunch of schools that used shoe companies to money launder, and they're even on tape doing it. And some of those coaches are still coaching right now. I know Rick Pitino once stopped off at a restaurant, banged the waitress, got her pregnant, paid for her to abort their kid, and he's back coaching at a power conference, St. John's, this year. I know that. Yeah. Those are some things I know.
So it's either that there's a vendetta against Harbaugh, or the NCAA knows that it's a worthless outfit these days, and if they get any kind of lead from anyone, they're going to look important and rise up and beat down a power. Because look,
it's the same pattern you saw in July with Big Ten Media Days. The same Corona Bro sports writer, Pete Thamel, who him and Pat Forty, those guys did everything they could. Dan Wolken did not have a college football season in 2020. The Corona Bros, if you remember them, right? So Pete Thamel gets a leak that there's a plea deal basically for Jim to serve a 4-game suspension at Big Ten Media Days. Funny. They just got that leak right at Big Ten Media Days, not the day before, not the week before, not 6 months before. That very day. And Michigan's like, we don't know what you're talking about. Funny. Right before the most high-profile game Michigan's played in so far this year, national TV against the in-state rival. Lo and behold, Pete Thamel's got the nuts. Did you hear Reese Davis say on game day? An NCAA source texted him right there on the stage during the show? Because I did.
I have stayed away from game day for quite some time.
You know what? I'm
I did
getting
not
there.
hear
That the show is becoming unwatchable, and it's sad because it was the greatest pregame show since the original Brett Musburger NFL Today. But yeah, it's really gone downhill. But that's a topic for another day.
Probably topics that we have covered, but we wanted to honor these
Let
super
me
chats
stop for
coming
a
in
second,
here.
if you don't mind, Mark. You're not a Michigan fan. You tell me what I am missing. Tell me I'm wrong, that this isn't the dumbest turd shit you've ever heard of, this entire thing.
Okay, so my response to this initially was we do what we typically do here. I find out that this is a story. We jump on here live as soon as possible. And my initial reaction was, are we talking about, before I read anything, are we talking about in-game stealing of signs? Okay, that's ridiculous. It can't be that, because we can't punish people for being smarter than their opposition. Okay, so then we find out it's this advanced scouting, which of course is the lifeblood of professional sports, sending, your baseball scouts out to the next series of the opponent that your team's playing. So that's obviously something that goes on in sports and is reputable, but because of this 1994 rule, it's obviously not allowed. But I still thought, why would Michigan risk anything? Why would they risk all that they've built, all that they've done? And in no way do I believe that they've been as successful as they've been over the last couple of seasons based on just simply having some knucklehead go out to games and stealing signs that, as you mentioned, can be changed. They're changed in game at times. They're certainly changed in game in baseball. I know that goes on a regular basis.
Maybe Michigan hacked into the cameras at all of your practice sites.
We do know that apparently multiple Big Ten coaches, though, went to the NCAA. And what about the comment about the one that's circulated,
including the one who said we changed our signals before we played them last year, and then they went out and kicked our ass even worse, including that one. He went to the Big Ten too. Yeah.
So Greg Schiano makes this comment at halftime.
Michigan State changed all of its signals, just suffered the worst loss at Spartan Stadium in the history of the rivalry. Greg Schiano, by the way, has said that he was not commenting about this issue. He has said that. Dude, Greg Schiano, because all the Michigan message boards immediately went to that guy, okay? And Greg Schiano went full Ice Cube, man. I ain't the one. Not me, okay? So, no, but he has already said the comment that he made there's some weird stuff going on out there, was about officials' calls and not about Michigan stealing their signals.
Okay. Jackson here asking about Michigan not being tested this season. If that bothers you, what you have to say about that? So
I'm not bothered by that as much as J.J. McCarthy has taken 4 snaps in the fourth quarter. So I'm a little bit, I don't think Blake Corum has taken a snap in the fourth quarter this year. So I'm a little bit more concerned about that. Like, I don't think Ohio State or Penn State are going to produce some level of physicality that Michigan hasn't seen in practice all day, every day leading up to those games. I'm a little bit more concerned about if they're able to extend that game into the fourth quarter, and how does that work? I'm a little bit more concerned about that, which maybe is another way of saying the exact same thing.
I, by the way, have had fun playing with Michigan's schedule. Now, they played nobody in the Big Ten yet. Not their fault, of course. They get handed the conference schedule. But the non-conference schedule, there was no reason to cancel this UCLA series, as opposed to Ohio State canceling Washington the next 2 seasons, knowing that obviously they're going to be a league member. But again, Michigan's playing the game that they don't need these non-conference games, so they're not necessary.
No, I think it's smart scheduling. I mean, if you're going to sell out every game anyway, and the SEC is going to play FCS foes the second to last week of the season, and no one bats an eyelash, what the hell are you falling on your sword for? I don't have a problem with it at all. You know?
We need a governing body, and we need uniformity with scheduling. Nick says, I'm fine with playing the villain. Ohio State and Michigan State can't beat Michigan, so now they are blaming losing to Michigan on cheating. Soft programs. I never thought I would see Ohio State cry so hard.
I'm totally down with this role. Maybe anti-hero is better. Like, I love the fact, like Ric Flair is a longtime Michigan fan, got offered a scholarship by Bo Schembechler back in the day. Okay. I love the idea of going 4 horsemen. Okay. Just like, I love it. I'm so in right now. I'm in on this. I love it. I love I love all the hate. I love that it's real too. Not Ryan Day picking a fight with an 81-year-old leprechaun. Where's Lou Holtz? Give me back my son. Okay. I love the fact that it's like legit Michigan versus everybody. Absolutely come at us. I freaking love that. I love it.
I have felt that for a long time on behalf of Ohio State. I would argue that Ohio State's probably the most hated program in the country, probably. And you haven't felt that for a long time,
and
except for from.
I've missed it a lot. I've missed that. I don't like being the plucky underdog. That was the one part about 2021 I did not enjoy. Being liked by everybody again, the plucky underdog. It's great that they finally got it done. Nope, screw that. I want the heat. I want the hate. I want the smoke. Because that means I'm kicking that ass. That's what I want. You bet. Yes.
Wow. What I need to endure now, and what I have to endure and have been subjected to with Steve in jumping on Michigan podcast, which I find and claim to be a blessing to jump on each and every Tuesday with Steve. But it used to be so much fun from the perch that I held versus looking down at Steve. And I no longer have that status, unfortunately. Steve, we know what went on, speaking of officiating of another sort, at Iowa City. How do you interpret that ruling, the review of the play, the invalid signal call by Cooper DeJean on the punt return that most likely would have led to a Hawkeye victory? Where do you stand on all of that? Folks, by the way, I posted a video earlier today with my thoughts.
So I was getting ready for our game. I saw that live, but I was getting ready for our game on right after. And, I didn't really have a time to examine it from every angle. And it just seemed like to me a crappy way to lose, man. But maybe that was the rule. Okay. The more I've had time to look at it and think about it over the last couple of days, I think there's such a gray area there with that arm signal by Cooper DeJean.
It's about this high, and it's going like
there's
this.
Such an area to what that means. I think that's where adults have got to get on them when they're doing because they did a replay, okay? And when they get on the replay, I think this is where the spirit of the law has to take over, okay? And you're on that replay, and I think the replay official and the game official have to say to each other, you know what? This is such a gray area and such a catastrophic call. We should have just blown it dead right then, if that's what we thought. But we didn't do it. And I just think we need to let natural events play themselves out and walk out of here. And that's what I think should have happened on second thought.
Yeah.
And then the league could have clarified what exactly is the rule, and not a lot of coaches meet with the referees and they'll have like house rules, how every officiating crew, what they require for for a fair catch. Nope. League's just going to clarify that rule moving forward. No more gray area at all. Okay. And I think that's just where the two older men get on that mic together and say, you know what? If this is what we thought, we should have blown it dead in the moment, and we didn't. And that's the most dangerous play in football, other than the kick return, is the punt return. More injuries happen on kick and punt returns than any other plays by far. You let the whole thing play itself out. It's not like Minnesota didn't have ample chances to tackle him, okay? And you move on and then just clarify it if you feel like you need to do that afterwards. PJ Fleck wasn't yelling or anything about it. Nobody had any idea. This was a solution in search of a problem, if you know what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Games can be over officiated, no doubt about that. So where I stand on it basically is that in a very similar place, I have no issue with the officials making that decision, but it was a ticky-tack call, and I would rather them stay out of the way of the game. And unless there are excessive penalties that are definitive penalties, stay out of the way of the athletes deciding the game. And that's what that was.
I'm not one who says don't call the end of the game differently than you would have called the rest of the game. I don't agree with that. Okay. But I do think, this is again why I use the term spirit of the law. Look at basketball. All right. If it's technically a palming, I'm not calling it on the last possession of the game. Now, if a guy does this, I'm calling that, even if it's the last possession of the game. Okay. I'm not going to just not call palming, but it's going to have to be a textbook case.
Absolutely.
Okay? Yeah. And this was not that. Yeah.
And there are differences between, and people I don't necessarily know differentiate the difference between bad rules and bad officiating, because the officials have to call what's in the book. The tuck rule, I think, is the best example of that. Just a stupid
I think
rule.
People don't understand how big of a call that was, though. It may not have just ultimately determined the Big Ten West. It might have determined the Big Ten East when it's all said and done. Because remember, you and I walked through these tiebreakers in the summertime. If everybody wins one of the round robins and the top 4 tiebreakers all get canceled out, if you go through that, how they all would be in that scenario. So we go to tiebreaker 5, and it's win percentage among non-divisional opponents. And Penn State played Iowa. Michigan and Ohio State do not. And Michigan played Minnesota, and Penn State does not. So that could be there's an obscure call or an obscure moment. Remember the year Alabama got into the playoff in 2017 where it didn't win its division and didn't have a single win against the top 25 team and then won the national title, remember? Well, they only got in that year, recall, because Ole Miss gave up a 4th and 27 to Arkansas.
You're mixing up years, Steve.
Oh, am I mixing up years?
2015. Okay. That was the same year as the Michigan dropped punt snap where the kid threw the ball up in the air.
Yeah.
And Ole Miss would have gone to Atlanta instead of Alabama.
And Alabama won the national title that year. You're right. Yeah. My bad. Thank you for that. Yeah. So I think this call may have repercussions much further potentially down the line than just even that game.
As it was, even calling that, making that call and giving Iowa the football at its own 46-yard line with 90 seconds left in the ball game, they couldn't move 20 yards to get one of the better field goal kickers in the nation a shot at it because they can't do anything on offense. And Brian Ferentz is now 44 total points under his per game average of 25. That is the standard listed in his contract. They complete 3 out of 15 passes in the second half for 20 yards. They run for 11 yards on 28 carries. Even if you take away sack yardage and take away their quarterback runs, 20 carries for 33 yards. It's become one of my favorite topics in college football, the Iowa offense.
They won a game on the road last week in Madison. And I don't think they ran a single play in Wisconsin's red zone.
So to me, Steve, this is successful football depending on what their expectations and their goals are. If their goal is to win the Big Ten Western Division, it is absolutely a successful formula. If their goal is to do more than that, then it's not successful football. Well,
I think if we're being honest, for most of those teams in the West, that really is, in all honesty, barring an alignment like Iowa had in 2002 with Brad Banks playing out of his mind and nearly winning the Heisman, and 9 players end up earning All-American status. That's a once-in-a-century season for a program like that. I think they're all playing to just win the West. And starting next year, there will be no West. And going 8-4 won't look as good as it did in the old division. And I think that's one aspect of this, and we'll talk more about that in the next year. But that's one aspect of this I think a lot of people aren't discussing, is where, you're going to need, if you're Iowa, Michigan State, even Wisconsin, these have been good, consistent, for the most part, successful programs. Michigan State more way up and way down than the other two. Okay. But these 3 teams have all produced winning programs with some form of regularity in the last couple of decades. And to even make the Big Ten championship game in the future, they're going to need 6 of these 7 teams, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon, USC, UCLA, and Washington. They're going to need 6 of those 7 teams to all not be top 10 teams in the same year just to make the Big Ten championship game, let alone to win it. And that assumes, by the way, they're better than all the other teams.
Yeah.
It'll be very fascinating to see what happens to those kinds of programs that are flush with cash, but when they're very often not playing for anything meaningful, where being in the West at least gave you the allure of playing for something meaningful.
This brings something up that I'm going to hit you on in the future, but I want to respect your time and we can talk about it later in regards to, the meshing of the 2 leagues. Want to respect your time, so just let me know how much you have. But Corey Brada, he runs an excellent Hawkeye show and channel from the Hawkeye of the Storm, had a few things he wanted to chime in on and ask you, Steve. Corey, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, Mark. And first of all, I caught the tail end of Steve's breakdown of the call. Mark, I did watch your segment just breaking down what happened and your takeaways. I want to make a correction, and you maybe corrected it yourself, but in your instant reaction from Iowa, Minnesota, you made a point of saying that there was a flag. I want to make clear, there was no flag on the field. So this was a review. They called touchdown. There was no flag. It's not even a flaggable play. Okay. The play would just be called dead. It was not blown dead when Cooper grabbed it, obviously. Nobody on the field, make clear, nobody on the field, nobody in the stadium. I don't know of anybody watching the game that made the comment, hey, I saw it when it happened. I don't think anybody that watched this game maybe even knew about that rule, frankly. And I think that really, for me, the problem boils down to that simple fact. I talked to an Iowa State player today who I'm close with, and he told me this was this was totally him. I didn't even ask him what he thought of it. He said, I saw you guys got screwed over the weekend. That was a terrible call. And I actually had to explain to him what the call was. And he's a DB, Power 5 athlete. I think that's really where the problem lies with this. When you have coaches and players and people who, like, obviously you had Paul Burmeister and Anthony Herron who didn't understand that rule. Nobody understands the rule. You're enforcing it. We can say all day, well, it's part of the rule book. I mean, Kirk Ferentz made a point after the game about the fact that they go over this with officials every single pregame about what a fair catch is, and that's never taught to players or coaches. How are we supposed to be playing by the rules if this is actually a rule? Second off, I will challenge the idea that it was a wave. And I've had a million people say, you're just bitter about it. I watched it a million times. He's pointing with his right hand. Have you ever been able to see anybody, Steve, run with one arm out and the other arm just locked at their side? What's that Seinfeld episode with the woman that never moved her arms while she danced? Who was that? You know what I'm talking about. You can't do it. There, at some point, there has to be reasonableness.
I don't know what this is, though.
Okay. Again, is there not motion when you're running, especially when you're pointing at the ball, which is a legal move? You can point at the ball. That's the first thing. And even if it was a wave, go look at, and I know you commented on it on social media earlier today, Mark. Tell me the difference between what happened there and what happened with Virginia and North Carolina. What's the difference? They're calling a getaway signal on Cooper for one arm, a quote unquote circular motion. And you have, what was it, a North Carolina punt returner waving both arms, clear getaway signal, and he's able to advance the ball.
It's the height at which they're waving.
It's not the height at which they're waving, Mark. He never went above the shoulder. That's not the invalid. The invalid.
Okay, well, he arguably went above the shoulder. It did not. It was so close. It was. That's why I called it a ticky-tack.
Well,
decision.
I just want to make clear they did not call.
I did post a video earlier today, so that was directly after the game. I made certain comments, but I posted a video today that was more precise. And yes, you're right. There is a valid fair catch signal that's determined in the playbook. There is nothing that states what is invalid other than it's assumed everything that's not valid could be interpreted as invalid.
A waving motion that's not above the shoulder. A waving motion. That's what's invalid. That's what the NCAA rulebook states. So nothing is signified that a circular. I just find the whole conversation so ridiculous. And you used the term gray area earlier. And Steve knows this because he's an Iowa guy. I know he's a Michigan fan. And I've been watching football my whole life, and Steve's older than me. That's the greatest single play I've ever seen from an Iowa football player. And I don't think that's hyperbole. I shared that with Don Patterson during the post-game show after the game. He didn't debate me. Now, he saw some pretty incredible plays. It was Tim Dwight-esque in a pressure cooker type of situation. And I understand I'm biased. Don't get me wrong. I'm biased. I'm an Iowa guy. I just think it's a rotten shame that this occurred. And then, the problem is too, Mark, and maybe you didn't see this, and it doesn't matter. The Big Ten commented on it today and basically said, it was called correctly by the book. But the other problem here is Tim O'Day is the same official that was involved with the Jack Campbell overturned INT a year ago against Minnesota, which was extremely controversial. He's a Cornhusker fan from birth. His kids went to Minnesota. It's just a bad look. And so again, I'm not here to talk conspiracy, but just the whole situation is extreme. And that's what I posted on Twitter after the game. It's just extremely unfortunate for a kid that nobody on the football field treated it as a valid signal, as an invalid signal. He made the play. And here's the other part about this. And Steve, you may know better than I do on what's reviewable or not. My understanding is that was reviewable because it was a scoring play, correct?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so if he'd gone out at the 1 yard line, then they wouldn't have been able to review it.
Theoretically.
Or if he had went down, Steve, if he had went down at the...
I think the last few points you've made, I just turned 50 this year. I have probably watched more college football than any maybe human being who's not a perpetual virgin should. Okay. Between games I watch live every week all my life, and I spend my summers going on YouTube and watching old games, like when Don Patterson coached with Hayden Fry at Iowa.
Yeah.
Old games. Okay. And I've never seen that play in my life. I think the argument that you made there, and like I said to Mark, forgive me, I didn't realize I had said something about a flag being thrown there. That's on me. I said that.
No, that was Mark. I just want to make clear that was Mark that said that a couple days ago. I just was clearing that up.
I was getting ready to cover our game, and so I watched it live, but I wasn't paying that close attention. And I texted some Iowa buddies of mine, like, "Wow, what a great win!" And I didn't know until like 5 minutes later, as I got set to watch our kickoff, that it didn't count. And I was like, well, that must be the rule, I guess. I don't know. Then I went back and watched it a few more times. And I think you made a lot of good arguments. But I think the best argument you made is that no one on the field, coaches on either sidelines, no players, treated that like anything other than a live football play. I think that's a really good point that you made there, meaning that there was no dispute amongst this until the referees injected themselves. And that's why I said to Mark a few minutes ago, I think this is where you get on the horn, and this is where you're a human being, and the ref and the instant replay, official, they're like, you know what? This is so narrow. We just missed the call. If that's what we thought, we should have blown it dead right then and there, and we didn't do it. So let's just move on. So that's Steve, what I think they should have done.
So Steve, like you, who said that you want the game to be officiated the same first, second, third, fourth quarter, I made the same comment that there was no indication by anybody on the field, including the Minnesota punt return coverage, made a video and said there are no mannerisms, no actions by as soon as Cooper DeJean caught the football, he had two Minnesota players dive right at him and try to knock him out of bounds. So yeah, there was no actions that would indicate that, but I don't expect the officials to respond to other people's action. I don't want them to read the body language of everyone on the field. I want them to make the call based on what they are seeing at the point of the infraction.
And there's an official, Mark, if you watch the tape back, there's an official, and there's always an official. This is another thing I asked Coach Patterson. I said, there's always an official watching a punt returner calling for a fair catch or not calling for a fair catch. And he said, of course. And you watch it back, there's an official right behind Cooper DeJean. This is not like a catch in the end zone where you can't tell if the ball, if you control the ball and you got to slow it down to see if it was bobbled. This is clear. I mean, I don't. And then to come back and say, well, it's indisputable evidence that he did indeed call for a fair catch. How do you possibly defend not seeing it in the course of play, given the fact that it's right in front of you?
That's a good point.
Clear view.
Yeah, I think Mark, you're right. But to me, that's what officials do, is respond to the players. They're officiating the game in response to actions the players take. The fact that nobody, whether on either side of the vested interest of this outcome, acted like that was anything other than a live ball able to be returned. I mean, I kind of think that speaks volumes. Either you don't know the rule or you didn't communicate that rule closely enough to the coaches. And I just think to go back and on such a narrow interpretation of an interpretation, I don't know.
I agree that it speaks volumes. I just don't want officials making calls responding to what other players are doing that have nothing to do with the incident.
And to make clear, just not to cut you off, Steve, but I was just saying to make clear, go back to, I think it was Alex Erickson. You probably saw this. I think NBC reported this, and there is a video up online. You can watch it. Alex Erickson, I believe, was a Wisconsin punt returner back in 2015. This happened against Northwestern. He returned a punt for a touchdown, and they called it back due to an invalid signal. What that was a clear getaway. Both arms, like what we saw with North Carolina and Virginia, which was not called in that game, was called in that Big Ten game back in 2015. But again, two different big things for me. It's obscure when you like Steve Dace. Nobody else knows about the rule. The coaches are not informed about it. They're not able to, if they're not informed about it, they're not able to teach their players about it. Mm-hmm. And, going a step further, it's not enforced. Even the getaway call is not enforced, because we saw that transpire in the ACC on Saturday.
I got to roll, Mark, but I think he makes some really excellent points, man.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate you being here.
All right. You're up. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Steve Dace, Michigan Podcast. Folks, you can catch Steve and I doing Michigan Podcast. My appearance on Michigan Podcast, I should say, that drops a little later on Tuesdays. Corey.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this, Mark. It's good that you sent me the link to jump on here for a few minutes, because I was going to be pretty hyped up tomorrow during our live show, because there are very few things that get me more upset than what we've seen with Brian and with this offense over the last 3 to 4 years. But what puts me over the edge from a football standpoint is when I see something like this happen to a young guy that, I know this is not, most people on here are not Iowa fans. He's a good kid. He's from a small town. He's a great athlete. He made a tremendous play, and the fact that play will not be, I really do believe what I said earlier. I think it would have been one of the greatest plays in Iowa history. Mm-hmm. I believe that to be true, given the situation. And you can laugh if you want about the whole playoff talk. We were joking around about it last Tuesday, but 11-1, you could argue, hey, you win the Big Ten title game, you got a chance at the playoff. So that play would have kept them in that running. If you want to talk big picture, they're now out of that picture, clearly. Now, they may still win this West Division. I don't know. They could lose to Northwestern or lose to Illinois. Do I believe the offense deserved to win? No. But he still made the play to win the game at the end.
Well, we don't know if the game would have been won.
We all know the game would have been. Oh, come on, Mark.
No,
come on.
Corey,
hold on a second.
We can't play that. We're not playing that.
Are you serious right now?
That's stupidity to say that.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not.
Corey, it's stupidity to say that. Now, you can say exactly what I said earlier today, that yes, it is reasonable to think, and I truly believe there is no way Minnesota is going to score a touchdown to win that game. But no, you don't just shut the game off and say there's 90 seconds left. Minnesota, you don't have a chance of scoring. We're not going to. No, you cannot state
You're
that.
not going to shut the game off, but we're talking percentage-wise. We're talking 1 or 2%.
But it's ridiculous to say it definitely would have been over, that they have no chance of. I'll
go back to the same statement I made earlier about no one in that stadium would have actually believed that Callie McManus was going to lead that team, a team that did not have been able to sniff the end zone all game against an Iowa defense that did the same exact thing up in Madison last week.
I understand the point, but it's not 100%. I could make all sorts of statements about 90%. There are teams in this country that shouldn't be playing like 90% of their schedule because they're going to win anyway. So why play the games?
Well,
I'm just making a statement.
Not a fair illustration.
You cannot
but
say that it won the game. It most likely would have won the game.
Almost certainly would have won the game.
Iowa should be able to drive the ball 20 yards to kick a field
goal. That's not the debate. I have no problem with that comment. Two things can be true at the same time.
Absolutely.
Multiple things can be true at the same time. The fact that Iowa's offense is such dog crap that they can't move 15 to 20 yards to put Drew Stevens in position for even a 60-yard field goal is crap. But at the same time, I still believe, and I know you don't completely share this belief, I still believe Iowa deserved to win that game. And
I
based
didn't
on,
say that they didn't
well,
deserve
no,
to
I'm
win the
I'm
game.
not saying
I'm
you are,
saying
you are.
nobody knows if they would have won the game. Yeah, I'm about 90% sure that they would have won the game.
Yeah.
But no, I would not have mortgaged my house on them winning the game.
Well, I've seen that story. I've seen that specific situation so many times with this defense, with this Phil Parker defense, even against good offenses. And Phil Parker's unit seems to always, with the exception being a unbelievable Penn State team in 2017 that led by Trace McSorley and Saquon Barkley, led them down the field and won in the final seconds. And of course, Michigan State in the Big Ten Championship in 15. I don't remember the last time any team was able to create a game-winning drive. And there was, a minute and 12 seconds. I think Minnesota maybe had 2 timeouts left.
I think they had 132.
Minute 32, sure. Okay. But, so, you're right. We can't say with 100% certainty on any of this. But I would argue that
No,
you
I
cannot
completely agree with you. Yes.
You cannot say with 100% certainty that what Cooper DeJean did was a wave. But
No, I
I'm sure
completely agree with that as well. The
people
only
are going to.
point that I'm making. So number one, my point, and I posted a video that was clearer than I posted a video right after the game, but I posted a video today going through it a little bit with a finer tooth comb. Number one, I would not have made the call. No way. Ticky-tack call, would not have made the call, because I think unless you are certain that there are penalties, especially in review, then you leave it up to the athletes to determine the game. You leave it up to the athletes to determine the game. And I will stand by your argument, even though I don't want the officials to make a judgment based on the mannerisms of the players on the field. They need to be looking at the possible infraction or the point of the call. Yeah, the Minnesota punt coverage team was reacting to Cooper DeJean fielding the football and running with the football.
And let me also say something else. To go a step further, it is also, in my opinion, a stupid rule. Because here's the problem with the invalid signal rule too, is if a guy makes an invalid signal, he's not allowed to advance the ball, but he's also not protected, Mark. Explain that. So a guy can literally, a guy who's making an invalid signal cannot advance the ball, but can get absolutely destroyed. I mean, what sense does that make?
None.
It makes zero sense whatsoever. And I would argue, too, for the people that say, well, it's part of the rule book, that may be, if we're going to argue that it was an actual waving motion, that even though it was below the shoulders would count as an invalid signal, I don't care if it's part of the rule book or not. If the coaches are not being educated on these things and they are not able to educate the players, you cannot expect the players to go through the rule book with a fine comb and know all of this. This is why the coaches meet with the officials every single year and every single week for this type of stuff.
Why would the coaches not be aware of this if this happened in 2006? You said
they'd have. Well, the Wisconsin Northwestern thing was in 2015. I mean, I'm just saying, according to, I've not seen any coach that was aware, and PJ Fleck wasn't aware. You go back and watch that tape. I thought it was hilarious. You go back when Cooper escaped. Did you see what PJ did? Because, of course, PJ, I know you love him. He had to go down right where Cooper was, because he's got to be front and center with everything, and have the light shine off his bald head onto the camera screen. And you had him, as soon as Cooper escaped those 3 or 4 guys, he immediately put his hand on his head on his hand. He knew it was gone. And you didn't see him pointing or complaining. Even he didn't think there was anything wrong with that play. And that's another part of this that Don Patterson brought up during the postgame show. I'm curious about it too. When did the officials, I know Kirk is curious about it too, and I don't know that he'll ever get an answer. When did the officials decide we're going to look at the potential for an invalid signal? Because they told Kirk that they were going to, and I saw the official talking to Kirk, and this is what he said postgame. They told Kirk, we're looking to see if he went out of bounds. And that's what everybody watching the game, the commentators, everybody thought. They were looking to make sure he stayed in bounds, which he clearly did. So when did it transition to, okay, we're looking for something else? And I know the Big Ten came out today and said it was a decision by the official in the box. It was not from the Pittsburgh headquarters or whatever that was. But like I said to Steve, the whole situation involving being able to review a scoring play and being able to review every aspect of a scoring play. If we're able to do that, what in the world is the difference between an invalid signal, quote unquote, which is not considered a penalty flag, and going back and looking, was there holding here? Was there holding here? Was there holding here? What's the difference? Just because you've labeled one a yellow flag and one is just called an invalid signal but not a penalty? It's just, I think it's just bizarre. I think the whole thing is bizarre.
Well, there have been scoring plays in which there were infractions caught in review of the scoring play. So they were in the process of reviewing that as a score, as a touchdown.
But my understanding is that you cannot throw a flag. Like they can't review a penalty flag.
So they must not consider that a penalty.
Correct. They don't. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Why are they not? Why is that not considered a penalty? Because they don't lose yardage. You don't lose. I mean,
it becomes a dead ball at the time of the motion.
So
it's not a penalty. It's
But again,
what I have seen multiple times is players signal for fair catches and then decide that they want to run the ball.
Sure.
And then that's shut down.
Absolutely.
At the point of
Yeah. And like I said, I mean,
it sucks. It's no way. And do I feel bad for Cooper DeJean? Yes. Do I feel even worse for just the entire team because it's a team win for a team that's aspiring to win a championship? Absolutely.
Yeah. And
it's unfortunate. It's horrible.
It's ironic that right prior to the day before fall camp, had Cooper DeJean on my show, and he made the comment that, hey, people don't think we can do it, but we're here to make the Final Four. And it's just a shame that the irony behind this play essentially ended those chances. And yes, they had I didn't have any confidence that Iowa was going to be able to move the football down. And if we want to talk about the offense and about Deacon Hill and about quarterback and Brian Ferentz, and we've talked about that so much, where I stand on all of that. And, I doubled down on every single stance I had prior to the game. It's insane. It's inconsistent. It's inconsistent how you're evaluating your quarterbacks versus how you clearly evaluate almost every position on the football field. This idea that we can just basically ignore in-game performance and solely evaluate based on what we see in practice, that defies history. It honestly defies logic. And I think it's unfair to younger guys like Marco Lainez that might be able to offer them something right now. But that's a discussion. I almost am more hesitant to want to even engage in that conversation right now because, Mark, this is all we're going to talk about. By the time the season's over, this is all that Iowa fans are going to want to talk about. What's going to happen with Brian? What's going to happen with Kirk? What's going to happen to the offense? We've been talking about this for 3 years. At some point, Iowa fans, including myself, would have just liked to have seen, like you said, the officials not just stay out of the way. This was not some conclusive thing. Nobody on either side knew that there was a possibility that could be called. Again, I don't know who tipped off who. Maybe it was just an official that looked back at it. Maybe it was the official up in the box that said, watch that there at the beginning. But I don't know. My sneaking suspicion was, maybe PJ said something to an official. That's possible, and I don't have a problem with that. Of course, you're going to say something. You're desperate in that situation. Mm-hmm. So it is what it is. But for the record, I still think if Iowa wins out, they win the West. But they'll get in at 10-2, and they'll probably get smoked, which they would have gotten smoked even if they'd won on Saturday. That's most likely a fact, more than likely a fact. But it's just still a memory for that young man and for that team that you can't undo it. You can't change it. It's just unfortunate.
And it's also similar, at least this is my line of thinking. Let's say Iowa does show up at the Big Ten championship game at 10-2, and let's say whether they pull off an upset or they lose in any fashion, we don't know for sure how much this win that became a loss factored into their preparation and just their psyche, their mindset in going into a Big Ten championship game.
Well, here's a question, Mark. Here's an honest question. All right. Maybe this isn't the forum for this, but let me throw this out here, and then we're going to be able to. I'm opening the door for me to get trashed in your chat. All right. But let me just throw this out there. Iowa wins out. All right. Iowa wins out. And the same scenarios that we talked about last week, if somehow Iowa got into the playoff at 11-1, they go 10-2 and are really impressive in a win over Ohio State, Michigan, or Penn State. Don't stop me, you know what I'm going to say. Could the playoff committee look back? Playoff committee can do whatever the crap they want, Mark.
Yep.
They don't have to listen. They don't have to. They can say, send Tim O'Day back to Huskerland and say, we don't care what you ruled. We're going to virtually look at. They don't have to tell the media this, but they're going to say, Iowa deserved to win that game against Minnesota. We're going to treat them like 12-1 Big Ten champions. Could they do that?
I would think that under other circumstances, meaning if that was another team winning games more impressively, that you would have a better point.
I agree.
As opposed to them thinking, you know what, they should have beaten Minnesota. If they're truly a playoff team, they should win that game.
And frankly, this is probably what happened Saturday, as sad as it is from a logistics standpoint, decision-making standpoint for the College Football Playoff Committee. If that situation did arise, they'd probably look back at that Minnesota L and say, oh, what a relief that happened.
Yeah.
We wouldn't want to have to deal with this team at 12-1. I'm just saying, if there's the most passionate, rosy-colored glasses Iowa fans out there that are still latching onto the idea of we can make the Final Four, latch onto that idea. You better hope they're impressive the rest of the way and they kill anybody who's in the Big Ten title game. And then at 11-2 Big Ten champions, I still think there's a minute chance.
Of course there is. Of course there is. And if you believe inside on the point more so that the wins count, just win the game, and that's what I want to see, regardless of how it's done, then there have to be those voices in the room that are more about they play in the Big Ten. They beat Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, whomever in the championship game, regardless of how ugly that was. And of course, if Iowa really just pulled off a miracle and clocked them by 3-4 touchdowns, that, there have to be some voices in the room that are more, I want to say, favor old school football, the defense. They value the special teams and the defense. There are football coaches in that room, I'm sure, that value Iowa way beyond what any AP voter does or otherwise.
Yeah. I think, and here's the deal. It's probably likely that Iowa loses another game in the regular season, frankly, with how they play. Illinois looked pretty good Saturday. Northwestern beat this Minnesota team a couple of weeks ago. Nebraska's defense has been good. That game's on the road, and Rutgers is solid. Solid relative to Iowa's schedule. So I wouldn't be shocked. I'd honestly, at this point, based on how they played Saturday, I'd almost be surprised if they went out. I won't be shocked. Yeah. I'll be shocked if they go 10-2 and then clobber whoever that East team is. Wouldn't that be something? Honestly, I think if they do that at 11-2, if they really do clobber them, Mark, I know people aren't gonna like it because the schedule's weak, but if they were to, we're playing in we're imagining now in La La Land.
Yes.
But if they just clobber them at 11-2 Big Ten champions with that Minnesota debacle on the board, I think you make a good case for them in. Frankly,
I think you need to root for Ohio State to lose at Wisconsin this weekend is what you want to do. Because you don't want Ohio State sitting at home at 11-1 because they're going to the playoff. They just beat Penn State really by 2 scores.
That's fair. You probably want just those teams in general to start losing games, which is unlikely to happen.
Yeah. Considering that they've won now 35 straight against the rest of the conference, it's a bit unlikely.
Well, here's the other part about that is Iowa needs Wisconsin to lose another game just to be in the championship. Because Wisconsin could. Now, Wisconsin if Minnesota loses another game or two, and then Minnesota beats Wisconsin last week of the season, Wisconsin beats Ohio State, Iowa could still get in at 9 or at 7-2. But yeah, it's we're just talking total theorizing, and again, it's sad. I've never seen anything like what we saw Saturday, and I mean that. I've just never seen anything like it on both ends of the spectrum. I've never seen a play like that in a moment like that. And I've never seen a call like that, even if you want to argue that it was the right call by the books. I'll disagree with it. I had somebody yesterday say, well, I got a lot of respect for you being on your 4-hour post-game show. You need to go on the air tomorrow and issue a public apology for your stance. Not issuing a public apology. And guess what? I told him, I say, guess what, buddy boy? I'm going to double down on my stance over and over and over and over and over again just for you.
What are you supposed to be apologizing for? Because
here's the deal. At the start of the show yesterday, keep in mind, Mark, I'm jumping on the show right after the game.
Yeah.
At the start of the show, I wasn't fully clear what the call was. So when I read the rule book, I grabbed the rule off the NCAA website, and I was under the impression that an invalid signal meant it was no signal at all. I didn't know that was an actual dead ball occurrence. It's not even a penalty. I don't even know what to call it, a dead ball occurrence. And so I had first brought up the fact that it was clearly not above the shoulders, so it was an invalid signal, so it should have been allowed. Well, that's not. Obviously, I corrected that later in the show. It's okay. They called it an invalid signal, but I will still argue the idea that he was waving. And so I'm not issuing an apology to anybody. I'm not. Can you imagine?
An apology because you were supposedly wrong?
Right. An apology. I'll record it, and we'll have outtakes on the channel, Mark.
Well, I will say, Corey, we are step for step on this, but I do give the officials a little bit more leniency that there was these hand motions from him.
There were motions, yes.
Don't feel as though you in any way make that call. You leave it alone.
Right.
You leave it alone. And maybe if you're a responsible official, then you say, you know what? Remember, guys, that play, the final play that scored the game-winning touchdown? Did you see him? This is maybe something we should bring up to the board, and this needs to be addressed. And we need to better clearly define what's valid and invalid.
And those officials Saturday, they know what they discuss with the coaches pregame about those types of things because they talk about fair catch signaling. So they would know as they're reviewing it. This never got brought up to the coaches. This never got brought up.
Yeah.
And I think it does tell it. The reason I brought up that Iowa State player that I know who saw the replay of it, didn't watch it live, but saw the replay of it. They were actually in a bye week this week and made the comment that he did to me is because, when you have an Iowa State player or you have another Power 5 player that has no idea. And like I said, I heard from Minnesota fans who thought it was unfair. Like, that's an indication to me that this is not just a biased take anymore. This is like multiple. Listen, I can tell you this, Don Patterson, I asked him very frank, and he is as objective. I mean, he's a former Iowa coach, but he's not afraid to be critical or tell the truth. He's going to express himself one way or the other. I asked him, I said, had you ever heard of that? He said, no, I've never heard of that. Never heard of an invalid signal. I mean, Don's old, but he ain't that old. Like, he was coaching just a few years ago. How can you possibly, as a veteran coach like that? Now, maybe I know the getaway rule. It sounds like that one was added to the rule book, like, I don't know, 12 years ago or something like that. But you have coaches that, like, Kirk had never heard of that. Kirk had never heard of it. Don had never heard of it. That means we have a problem. That's a problem.
Yeah.
It's not just a matter of, well, you didn't teach it well enough or you didn't make your guys aware of it. No one's aware of it. I'm surprised Tim O'Day. Didn't Tim O'Day I read that he got suspended for the Central Michigan, Oklahoma State game. Remember that debacle at the end of the game? Do you realize that was Tim O'Day? That was the same official. He got suspended basically for not knowing the rules. So I just find it fascinating. It's just fascinating to me.
Yeah, and in between how many officials on the field? Well, there are 2 or 3 that deal with the replay, and then the folks in Pittsburgh that there couldn't have been somebody that stepped in, even if they had to go to another level and say, "Hey, we've got a we've got an issue here. We've got some questioning of this. Let's bring in whoever our supervisor is and really vet this out." And then you have more of a larger discussion as to what are the ramifications of making this call versus not making this call. And if
And
we are
here's
truly convicted that we are in the right, let's go ahead and make this call. But I can't imagine that if you had a group that really understood the situation, that you would come to that conclusion.
yep, and you know, what was it? I can't remember if it was. I guess I just watched it back. Well, I've watched it back several times, and if you go back and watch it back, Mark, what's I think really odd about it is they like it was not that long. It didn't take more than a minute, and they were already making notes, which is usually an indication that they're spotting the ball somewhere. And I find that very odd with how controversial this is.
Mhm.
They've acted like it's just so obvious, and that it was, even though they told Kirk that it started out as a out of bounds investigation or review. Did you notice that, Mark? They came to the conclusion fast.
Yeah, especially since they, like you say, they're dealing with 2 things. And even though the out of bounds was obvious, we know that with very obvious plays, they still, just to make sure, review, let's watch all the, okay. That even takes a little bit of time. But for them to then sort through that entire situation with the invalid signal, and
Right.
I watched that probably not as many times as you, but I've watched it a good dozen times just to be like, okay, what am I seeing here versus what a valid, fair catch signal is supposed to be.
And that's the other part that's so it's just you talked about, use the term gray area. I go back to the argument of a guy having to move his arms when he's running. Who says who can move their arms a certain way? I mean, he didn't move both arms. They were clearly not a classic getaway signal with 2 arms. So who's to say he has to move his arm a certain way to run? Like, who makes that rule? Who tells you what's normal, what's natural? Where's that found in the rule book?
Well, it's not found in the rule book, but however, there are certain motions that are made by certain players at certain positions that constitute something as it pertains to the rule book, meaning that
Right.
if I'm the punt returner and I'm standing back and the ball's hanging up in the air and I suddenly feel like my helmet needs to be adjusted, well, why can't I adjust my helmet? Well, the reason I can't is because if I lift my hand above my shoulder, then I have signaled for a fair catch.
Well, okay, but I'm just saying, if you're running toward the ball with one arm extended, pointing at where the ball is,
He was doing something with that arm. That wasn't just running.
can
He's
we
too
both
good of an
agree?
athlete to look
Can
like
we
that.
both agree he was? Can we both agree he was not calling for a fair catch? Can we agree on that?
I would think Cooper DeJean would clearly call for a fair catch.
And he
Yes.
made the point after the game that he's always calls for a fair catch with his right arm. So he
Yeah.
wasn't calling for a fair catch. But the reason I bring that up is, yeah, that kind of arm. If that arm had stayed a little bit lower, this idea of a circular motion, I don't know what that means. Like, circular motion
Means he was kind of going like this.
Yeah, well, move it around and run and move it around some more.
And the thing is it's supposed to go above shoulder level, correct? As a
Right.
fair catch signal. And it's so close that you don't make the call. It's not like he's going like this.
But keep in mind, I just want to make sure we're clear on this, Mark. They did not claim that he went above the shoulder. They claimed it was an invalid signal, and an invalid signal can be below the shoulder. Any waving motion below the shoulder. So that's what I'm saying. That's why it's so stupid. I think that's where you and we have the divide right now, what we're arguing over, what we're debating over, because the rule states it's a waving motion, not above the shoulder.
Then it's a bad rule.
Correct. Absolutely, it's a bad
Not
rule.
a bad officiating. Well, it's still that.
I think it's both.
Well,
it's a stupid rule, and it's like I say, I don't believe he was waving.
It's not a badly officiated judgment call if it's in the rule book. Like if we were going to talk about the Tuck rule from 2001, and we're not going to go into that, I can clearly explain why that's a bad rule. But the officials made the proper call based on the rule book.
Well, yeah, again, and then we can have the debate. Should the officials be enforcing rules that none of the players or coaches have ever been educated on?
I don't think that they should be responsible for that.
Well, but that's sort of this situation. This is not a rule that I've heard from.
Can't know what coaches.
Well,
know.
no. Well, who else educates these coaches?
Everybody has a rule book.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I know because Kirk talks about it. These coaches, they meet with the heads of these officiating crews before the season and then every week. So these are things that like the coaches are not combing through the rule book every year as they get it updated.
Well, this is what I would do if I was a head coach. I would comb through the rule book every year, and I would have my entire coaching staff do it and say, if there's anything that we don't understand, then we need to see a video example of it. We need to have an explanation of what that means.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so obscure. I am not in that way blaming Kirk at all. But I'm just saying that I would do that, and I would think that coaching staffs would do that. Have some kind of review of the rule book.
I think it's I just say this. I think it's a good time for a bye week for Iowa. Yeah. I know that sometimes you want to get right back on the horse, and I'm sure because someone like Cooper DeJean wants to get right back out there. But I think it's an excellent time to get a week off, and they just need to clear their minds because Mark, this could easily, you and I both know this, something like what happened Saturday. Because but whether you want to say it's 100% or not, the players and the coaches, they believe that the game was stolen from them. That's what they believe right now.
Oh, and absolutely. And they should believe that. I totally understand that. I'm not splitting hairs. I'm just making a clarification that Minnesota would have still had a $1:32 on the clock to score a touchdown, and then you can't say that they would have won for sure. But if I'm an Iowa player or coach, I'm not sitting in this chair as a commentator analyst saying, well, officially the game was not over. Of course they believe that. They should believe that based on their elite defense and their opponent and their ability to hold them out of the end zone for 58.5 minutes. Absolutely. Most likely it was stolen from them.
Yes. And so I think if they played this week, they're going to be playing at Wrigley Field against an undermanned Northwestern team. But if they played this week, I could easily see what happened Saturday lingering. And whether it lingers into next Saturday, clearly it could linger past the 24-hour rule that these players have. And all of a sudden, they're not focused heading into this week's practice and film and everything. And it could turn into more than one loss. And then it just snowballs. So I think it's a good time for a bye week.
Corey, I understand your point. Now, this is where I'm going to give Iowa more credit than most, if not all, other programs. So I think at times you think that I take my shots at Iowa, but I do that just like I do to anyone else. I would actually believe not to take the humanity out of that locker room because they're 20-year-olds and they're emotional, and it's understandable. Shoot, at my age, it would take some time to get over that. I would have more faith in that team and that program and that coaching staff and the head coach to get past that and perform at their standard the next week than most teams in the country, if not all teams in the country.
I'll agree with you on if there's any head coach in the country that I would, and there's other head coaches that I'm sure really proficient at doing this, but if there's any coach in the country, I could take any coach in the country to lead my guys past a situation and get them to refocus and flush something, it's Kirk Ferentz.
Yeah.
And with that being said, again, two things can be true at the same time. This might be the biggest test of his ability to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, they've had bad losses, but what happened Saturday wouldn't possibly test it, will potentially still, even though they had the bye week, test his ability to rally the troops more than he's ever been tested. So that's why you're right. I would still think, hey, he can get it done, but I'm happy that they have a bye week and they play at Wrigley Field. You gonna fly over for that one, Mark? Iowa Northwestern at Wrigley.
That's actually not a bad drive. Actually, it wouldn't be too bad.
I'll tell you what, I'll meet you over there and we'll go to McDonald's across the street. They got a McDonald's right across from Wrigley Field. It's a Wrigleyville McDonald's. Classic eating.
We will look at it just to look at it, but we would eat well, Corey. You and I would dine well, and we need the viewership to come through and sponsor us, or someone out there to sponsor us to get us there, and we'll do some shows.
You know who else would love that is Erica.
Next year.
Erica lives in Chicago, Mark.
Okay.
So she'd love that as well. But anyways, I got to get going, Mark, but I appreciate the time. And I saw Ben in the chat. He says he wants to talk to me. I got to get going.
Okay, Corey.
If people want to jump on, listen, if you, this is up to you because you're the host, but if we want to take short StreamYard calls tomorrow during the Iowa show, I'm fine with that because it is a bye week, but that's up to you. But that show's at 4:30 p.m. Central tomorrow. So
yes, it is.
Corey, we'll
thank
talk
you.
to you then.
Thanks for being here.
Yep. Thanks, Mark.
Good night. Corey Bratta from the Hawkeye at the Storm does a great job. Check out his channel. Corey and I get together, as Corey just mentioned, every Tuesday, 4:30 Central, 5:30 Eastern, over on the Iowa channel. And so we should have at least 212 people there because you all just heard it right now. It is worth the listen with Corey and myself on Hawkeyes Live. All right, let's take the super chat and then we will get to Ben. Cole says it was a bad call, but they should not be blaming the loss on it. They asking for stuff like this to happen when they play with zero margin for error. I would agree to a certain extent. Both can be true. They got ripped off. Again, I think the officials have room with that rule to get away with that call. Technically, they can get away with making that call. It just didn't prove to be sound judgment to make that call. It just didn't. It was not sound judgment to make that call. The call should not have been made. It should have been left to the athletes. But number two, yes, they should have a better offense to overcome not needing to get a punt return touchdown in the final minute to score 17 points. Absolutely. But both can be true. And they could have been on their way to winning another ugly defense and special teams led victory. All right. And then we got Yakov. Yakov, I hope you're still here. Of course, we wanted to post this while Steve was here, but Steve, thanks for your moral clarity beyond. So this coming from an Ohio State fan, thanking Steve for his moral clarity beyond football. Yes, I got it. And I think we've got, what kind of flag do we have there? Oh, there's, yes. We've got Israel there. Very nice. Yakov, we appreciate you. Hope you're still here. Thank you so much for that. Oh boy, could I go off on such topics that we're arguing about football games. All right, here we go. Ben's on the line. Ben, how you doing tonight?
Hey, Mark, how's it going? Yeah, I was hoping to talk to Corey because my view on that play, that Iowa play. Yeah, I look at it this way. This is, and I'm trying to be objective. When I first looked at it, I was like, that's bullcrap. Iowa got ripped off. But as I thought about it a little bit longer, and I don't know the rules to what is reviewable and what is not, so I don't know if that. I was told it was not a reviewable play. But here's my I put myself in the position of the refs on this one, and what's for just even in that play, Let's say if a ref thought the guy ran out of bounds and he blows it dead. It's the dead play, right? They cannot say, well, he wasn't out of bounds, so the play should have continued. They probably would have got a touchdown, so we'll give it to him. So in that situation, the ref is not going to blow a play dead. He'll let it play out and let review.
Yeah.
Review, see if he really was out, if it's a close one. So in that situation, maybe one of the refs thought, hey, maybe this could have been an invalid signal, but we'll let it play out instead of blowing it dead. And that's my only thing that I think may have gone on. And even if even one of the refs told Kirk Ferentz that they were reviewing the out of bounds, they could have been there could have been there's a team of referees. Maybe the communication hadn't gone through yet, and this guy's saying, "Hey, I saw this," and they put it up the press box, and the press box or the review place in a review refs in the press box, and they were like, "Yeah, we'll agree with that." You know,
Ben,
I mean,
if I'm not mistaken, that's what one of the officials did say, that they side, and we see this concerning a lot of different types of plays, especially concerning turnovers, that the officials will let it play out because they don't want to make the mistake of blowing a play dead that you can't reverse if you determine that it shouldn't have been blown dead. Correct. Yes. That you see this more and more, that the officials have learned and been taught through the years of replay that it's better to let the play proceed, and then you can always correct it rather than blowing it dead. Then you can't do anything about it if you got it incorrect.
Yeah. So my issue with it, issue with the play is I think it was a ticky tack. Like even for review, I think it was just ticky tack.
I agree.
You know, and I think you could probably call it, but call it at that spot in the game, I think that's where I have an issue.
So
I have an issue, and that's my issue with a lot of the way reffing is done. And like I've seen so many times, and that's my biggest issue. And when you're a fan and you're emotional about it, it makes it hard because like you may see the most flagrant hold, you know, and it's not called. Or like I see it all the time, like where you'll have a guy coming across the middle and they'll make contact with the receiver that's cutting across the middle well before the ball gets there. And they won't call that interference. But if it's a down pass and the guy's a little bit of contact, all of a sudden that's pass interference.
Well, let's also understand. Like that. I'm going to stand up for the officials here. They're watching a football game that's being played at 95 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Versus what we get to see on TV. I wouldn't be able to call any of that stuff live. Oh, my word. I would have no idea what I just saw because it happens like that. Shoot, I see it on TV. I got to watch 4 replays before I can determine what happened. But they have the job because that's what they're capable of doing. And you're right. Officiating is somewhat, even well done, it's inconsistent because there are such fine lines with holding. Whether that be along the offensive line or in the secondary, and with pass interference, where you could take a play and say, okay, I'm not going to call that pass interference, but at what point would I? A little bit more contact, a little bit, and we would, and every official would have a different dividing line at which point they would say, okay, that's pass interference.
Yeah, and in every day, you know, every game, you know, the official may be quick to pull the flag. You know, they may be quicker to pull a flag during a rivalry game because they don't want fights breaking out than they, you know, than other games. You know, it's just like depending on the week, you know, and from week to week. And it's just like if I was an official, I may be quicker someday to pull the flag, or may let the team play more. It could go week to week, not just official to official.
I hear you, man.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's rough. I wanted Corey though, but I feel for him, but I really shouldn't have sympathy for him because I was on here with you, Corey, and Jeffrey, and I brought up the Michigan TCU touchdown pass to Wilson. That was called a touchdown and then overturned, and it was legitimately a touchdown. And Corey mocked me. and laughed at me. And I made the same arguments. Like we could have. I mean, if you would have just we would have had that 7 points. It would have been a win. It's kind of the same argument.
I'm a bit surprised. How far after the game was that conversation?
It was this year, so it was a while.
Yeah, but it was after the game, months after the game, because my take on that call was that was a touchdown, but I don't believe it should have been reversed. Like it wasn't so clearly a touchdown, but
there was no evidence for reverse.
A touchdown. Yes, I thought it was a touchdown when I saw it live, and when I saw the replay, I thought that is more. It's close, but it's more touchdown than not touchdown. I see. I just thought it was a touchdown.
Yeah. But Corey did mock me, so I have a hard time. I do feel sympathy though, because I went through it I went through it for the TCU game, and it was just, that was just a crappy, right. What happened to Iowa? It could be their season.
Well, there's a huge difference between those two calls in the impact of the game.
Yeah,
that happened in the first or second quarter?
Yeah, I mean, it was,
and they still had the ball at the half-yard line.
I'm not going to say about the impact of the game. I'm going to say the timing, because that did happen at the end of the game. No. I'm saying you're correct. The timing was a much more egregious. For Iowa, but the impact could have been the same.
No, the impact was
because say if Michigan scores that touchdown, the impact could have been Michigan winning that game.
The impact was completely different as well. You're negating a 53-yard punt return for a touchdown as opposed to deciding between a touchdown or are we going to place the ball at the half-yard line.
Well,
Michigan should have placed that ball in the end zone.
That's true. But I guess if you want to look. I guess the impact that it had on the game, that if that didn't happen, so, I don't know. I'm just calling one play. I'm not talking about the play after. If you want to, you know what I'm saying?
But it's not like the officials ruled he didn't catch the ball, so the ball's going to go all the way back to midfield 50 yards away.
Okay,
no.
Okay, I got you.
The ball's placed a half yard away from where he caught it.
You're right. That makes sense.
But I do understand there's nothing's guaranteed. And even though Michigan should have been able to punch it in, let's say they got ripped off and that was a touchdown. Well, they got ripped off a touchdown, regardless of how close the ball was placed at the goal line. It wasn't placed in the end zone.
Yeah.
So
no. I got what you. I got what you mean. I meant, and from my standpoint of impact, I'm looking at it from the depending on which way the call went, for Iowa, the call lost them a touchdown. For Michigan, the call lost us a touchdown. But that's what I meant, as in impact. But you're right. That's a good, the way your meaning of impact in that situation, I totally understand your perspective on it. So, yeah. But yeah, that's what I wanted to talk with Corey about. And I just wanted to ask what and he's probably gone over it. And I haven't got a chance to catch any of his post game or anything like that. So maybe he's already gone. And that's what I wanted to catch him with. I do want to talk about the allegations, Michigan one time with you, but I don't know if you want to do that tonight.
Of course, you're on the line.
So can I ask you, Mark, this? And I seen you talking with John about it a little bit, and I want to. This is my kind of stance, and I think personally, I think the thing's being overblown, but So let's just say if Michigan has a staff member, this Marine, I forget his name, and he's sending his buddies to go to games and scout them out, is that breaking the rules?
So let me stop you real quick because you've probably read into this a little bit more than I have. So have we established, or has the media established, that it's buddies of his and not him at all?
No, okay. I'm not. That's not the point that I'm trying to get at. But no, they have not.
Okay,
we have no details. So talking about this, we're talking about this in the dark. So maybe there's other things that we do not know, But I'm just going from the standpoint and from what other people are talking about, and some people are saying how egregious this is and this is bad. But I'm just saying, so if they deem that the rules dictate that this person that's on staff it's wrong for him to send his buddies to the game and have them scout out. Could be big Michigan fans. Do you think the rules, that's what the rules are? Do you think, if that's the case, is what I'm saying, if that's the case, from what I read of the rules, they're not as clear on what scouting is, what having a team scout. Because the point is, and before I'm babbling a little bit, but the point is, this is football, and there is a lot of people that are affiliated with a lot of programs that go to other games. I mean, even Ohio State has had last year having Urban Meyer go. He's a commentator, or not a commentator, but a member of the press that's actually viewing Michigan games, and then he has these consultations with the team, and you can't prove that he didn't talk to Ryan Day and this is what I'm seeing.
I think I have a simple explanation for you, Ben. Yeah, here's the simple explanation. I cannot in any way imagine that the NCAA rule has anything to do with anyone other than somebody that's employed by the university. There is no way that it can be written into a rule. Can't be a friend of, family member of, define friend.
Yeah.
Who knows what a friend is? We all define friends in various ways. So basically, there is no way, because you cannot legislate against private conversations.
Yeah.
It would have to be, I will be flabbergasted if it's written any other way, that it's simply a employee of the university or graduate assistant of the university that would have to have attended these games, and not anyone else.
Yeah. I mean, and I would go as far as it would have to be staff. Like, it would have to be somebody that's like a payroll member, because even people,
graduate assistants are coaches.
What's that?
Graduate assistants are coaches.
Yeah, graduate assist. Yeah, but they are on payroll. Right?
Okay.
Correct? Right? Correct?
I don't know. They're graduate assistants. I don't know if they are or not.
Maybe. Yeah. I'm not sure.
They're affiliated with the staff. They're on staff. So yeah.
But then, the point is, there has to be, and from my understanding of the rule, there's not even a clear cut. It's not even clear cut at what point. So that's the rule doesn't specify where the clarity is. So that's what I'm saying. Even Urban Meyer may get a plane, Ohio State may have give Urban Meyer a plane ticket to come and speak with them, and there could be things going on. So he's accepting some kind of gratitude, or accepting something for Ohio State. Maybe they're giving him his meals or putting him up.
Well, you don't know what's. Yeah, but
I don't know. I'm just saying.
You're speculating on things that aren't necessarily happening.
No, I'm just saying that, but
we're talking about a situation that's been alleged, that's being investigated. That's different than you making up some.
No, I know, but I'm just
situation.
All I'm saying is, we know this happens with other programs. We know that Kurt Warner was affiliated with the Michigan State program. His son went there. We know he was at Michigan games. We've seen him with a camera. It's on his phone. We've seen him on his phone. He has a camera on his phone at a Michigan game. Who knows? He's not giving advice to his son, considering what he saw at that game. But at what point and that's the thing. I mean, it's like the rules don't specify at what point it would be, and that's the thing. So we're talking. This is a staff. Does it have to be a paid member? But it doesn't say
I'm
that.
Saying that the rules. I'm guessing that the rules, and I'm pretty confident in making this guess, that the rules do specify. There is no way it can specify a friend of or a family member.
From what
because how do you define that? You can't define what a friend is. Who's a friend?
Okay. So what do the rules specify? Because it just says teams.
I don't know. I've not seen the rule on it, but I'm going to. I'm pretty 95% sure that the rule would state that it is a paid staff member or a staff member of some sort.
I did not see that in the rule. The one that I read, it was not, and I've had to.
But it actually said something about friends and family.
No, it said nothing about friends or family. But
then it says, what did the rule state then?
It said team. It said use the word team. So what specifies team? That's what I seen in the rules.
Well, somebody's friend is not on the team.
It's not on the team. Kurt Warner is not on the team, but somebody that's hired from an analyst is not on the team.
So I think this, maybe I'm missing something here, but I think that this is extremely clear cut, that if there is a staff member, an employee of the university, or someone who is on scholarship or enrolled at the university, you can define it a number of ways, basically specifying being paid as a staff member, having a scholarship, or having a enrollment status at the university. If they are attending games of future opponents, then that's outlawed. But anybody else is allowed to go to whatever football game they want to.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean,
when Steve Dace was on here, he was stating that there would need to be some kind of proof, or a logical rule would be that there would need to be some proof in addition to just proving, okay, so-and-so that's paid by Michigan or on scholarship or enrolled at the university is attending a football game, that you would have to prove in some way that they gained some material from that game. I don't think that it's going to go to that degree. I think that they cannot go on. It states, the rule that I saw states that they cannot go on campus to another university of a future opponent to scout them in that same season.
Yeah, in that same season. It's teams. And it says teams are not allowed to, and almost exactly what you said.
And it's a poorly written rule.
Yeah, and that's a poorly written rule.
They should specify who's part of the team.
You're talking about a competitive sport like this, so that you have to specify exactly what I'm saying. You have to specify what a team is. You even have people, you have people that are visiting that may be future members of the team. Like you have people that are just,
well, they're not part of the team if they're future members of the team.
But you may have somebody for instance, you may have a recruit that goes and watches goes to Ohio State games and goes to Michigan games. They're not part of the team. But they're not part of the team until they commit. Maybe they're,
they're still not part of the team.
So
they have to sign.
They have to sign.
Yes, they're not part of the team. These kids flip back and forth all over the place. So unless somewhere in the rule book it defines what a team is, who is a member of the team. Maybe it does that somewhere in the rule book.
So maybe, so now let's say they're getting NIL money before they're even, who knows? I mean, they're like, well, that's so much gray area.
Rules. They're still not a member of the team until they're enrolled at school and on scholarship and practicing. They're not on the team.
How gray is that? I mean, that's so gray.
I don't think it's gray at all. Why is it gray?
Because it's either way. Okay, so we're talking about conflict of interest. It's
not gray.
Who's paying these people?
If I'm being scouted by the Cleveland Browns, I'm not a member of the Cleveland Browns. And even if I say that's who I want to play for, I hope they draft me. And even if they say leading up to the draft, I am being targeted by the Cleveland Browns, but I'm not a part of the Cleveland Browns. And even the day I get drafted, I'm not part of the Cleveland Browns yet until I sign a contract.
I know, but I'm talking about what, okay, so that's fine. That's what I'm fine. But I'm just saying there's so many circumstances.
Part of the team unless they're on scholarship, they're enrolled at the university, or they're an employee.
Okay. So, and that's what I'm saying. Okay, so you would have to specify like what counts as employee, money changing hands, or that's what I'm saying. It can be very gray.
No, there are unpaid analysts on teams. They are part of the team. They're listed on the staff. It's not a gray area. I don't see it as a gray area at all.
Okay. I mean,
but the brother
I disagree.
The brother of or the friend of, they're not on the team.
Yeah, but then
so they can go scout all they want and tell me what's going on. And they scouted Michigan State.
Whether an analyst is actually on the team.
Yes, they are.
What defines that? What defines whether they're an unpaid analyst or not? The team does.
We get media reports. Alabama and Nick Saban has hired so-and-so as an analyst. He's on the team.
Okay. But then he's hired. That's paid. What about people that aren't so unpaid analysts? So you can have
on
people
the team.
You can have people you can have people that are associated with the program that do analytic work that aren't even considered on the team because they don't have to.
We're not talking about hundreds of people. We're talking about a few people that are connected to the team. They are part of the team because they're analysts. I don't see where this is a gray area at all. I am talking about people that could be associated with the program that are doing analytic work that aren't considered, because it could be there is paperwork. There is paperwork that attaches those individuals to the university, whether they're being paid or not. It's official.
Right. Okay. But what I'm saying is, so tell me, what's the difference between sending somebody that's not officially on the team to these games and having them scout it, or somebody that's actually has a paper that says, they're associated with Michigan.
There's take them on the team. There's a huge difference.
How is it different?
There's an enormous difference.
Okay.
If I just feel like going to the Michigan State Illinois game and I'm a buddy of Jim Harbaugh and I just want to call him up and say, this is what I saw. I'm a free American citizen to go to whatever game I want to, and I am not under the guidelines of the NCAA. But once you start to work for a university on a football team or an athletic team, you are under the guides of the NCAA rule book. I don't see the gray area at all. None.
I'm just okay. My gray area is what really defines whether a member is an employee or associate, what puts them on the team. That's my gray area.
There's no gray area. If you went to the local grocery store, do you think that they would be able to give you a list of employees?
But okay, so this is what I'm saying. This is your stance on it then. So if it wasn't an actual staff member, if he's sending people, if a staff member's, let's say if the staff member's paying people to go do it, are they now Michigan employees?
Well, I don't know what's under the guidelines of the NCAA, but there's probably something about, yes, if there's money exchanged and they can prove it that you are paying this individual.
So that's what I'm saying. That's the gray area, Mark. The gray area is...
that's not even a gray area either.
People gave money. Let's just say...
That's not even a gray area. If it can be proven, that's not even a gray area. Let's say
Ohio State sent a ticket to...
Ohio State wouldn't do anything wrong.
That's money.
Never.
That's money exchanged. Ohio State they put Urban up and room and board, and that's money exchanged. There's the gray area, Mark. That's what I'm saying.
Great. Room and board to do what?
Money was exchanged. Money was room and board.
Room and board to do what?
To come to Ohio State, talk to the kids, and then give Ryan Day a little bit of insight about what he's seen when he was at the Michigan game. Because we know Urban Meyer's been there. He's admitted to being there and talking to him about.
He doesn't have to admit to it. He's on national television every week.
I know, but I'm saying
everybody sees it.
Money exchange. That's what I'm saying. It's gray area. Because you just defined it. You defined it as money exchanged. Yes. Money exchange could be, money
that's
exchange
not
can
a gray
be
area.
I know.
You
Okay,
have
so
yet to define any situation that I've not countered with it not being a great area.
Ohio State could have been doing the same thing as according to the letter of the law.
You're a Michigan fan who's serving up every possible scenario in which Ohio State could possibly be cheating too.
I'm just using it. No, it doesn't matter. It could be anybody. I'm just using it as an example because you're an Ohio State fan.
Am I? I'm a neutral commentator.
I mean, it's you try to be neutral.
So
it's a technicality, I know, and it's a stupid technicality, but the rule is stupid, but that's the way it is.
Okay. If Urban Meyer, having worked his Fox analyst job, goes to Michigan Stadium all the time and goes to Michigan games, we know that. And then if at some point during the season, yes, Ohio State is paid for Urban Meyer to come to campus and speak to the football team. If it could be proven, like somebody's got on their cell phone, they recorded it, and Urban Meyer saying, you know what? I was in Michigan's coaching meetings, and they're saying this, they're saying that. I was on the practice field, and they're doing this, they're doing that. Look out for this. Yes, I can guarantee that's a rules violation. Absolutely, that is. It's not a gray area.
But the thing is, he's at these games. The rule is on-field. You can't on-field scout, and he's at the games. It's not that he is there. There's no debate about that.
What are you getting at?
What do you mean?
You're making the leap that Urban Meyer covers Michigan football games like 3 a season, and that he's communicating with Ryan Day. Maybe he is. I'm just saying, if he is, that's a rules violation. But I'm 99% sure it's a rules violation. But it would have to be proven that that there is some kind of an exchange in which, yes, it is proven that he is giving up information on Michigan to Ohio State. I don't know where we got to this point from what Michigan possibly could be doing. And me, at least in my mind, and communicated to everyone who's listening, making a delineation as to this is what would be a rules violation and would not be a rules violation. There is no way that the NCAA could define who a friend is. But as soon as that friend exchanges information, and it could be proven that they exchanged information, then you've got a record of it. You've got a voicemail, you've got an email, you've got whatever to show so-and-so was scouting for you. And here's the proof.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, and I'm Mark. I'm honestly being ridiculous. I'm taking it to a ridiculous length because I think the rules are vague.
Do you think I've at least?
I understand what you're. I understand what you're saying.
Assumptions about the rules, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I am too. I am making assumptions about the rules as well. But what I'm trying to say, and I'm using like hyperbole. I'm exaggerating it a little bit. With it happens in college football and to various degrees. I mean, I in no way do I think that when because Urban Meyer talked about it last year about talking with the coaches and giving a speech to the team. Do I think that if he's seen something, weakness with Michigan, do I think Urban Meyer, because he's integrity to the sport and to the rules, that he is not going to mention it to them? I don't, but I think it's possible, but I don't think it was ever an issue. I don't think it was ever a huge issue. No, and I don't know to the degree what they're alleging Michigan's doing. And I don't, but I just think that it's being overblown.
Okay.
And I think it's a witch hunt. I think NCAA was embarrassed with the last situation, and I think they're just looking for something to come at Michigan with personally. But And from what I've seen from other people that I've seen a couple people that are actually involved in like signs for stealing for the NFL, and they say everybody does it. And I just think that this is a very gray area, and I think
we've had this discussion for 20 minutes.
Yeah, okay, I'll leave it.
Yeah, I don't see where it's gray, where it's a gray area. Unless somebody can show me in the NCAA rules book where it would state otherwise and start listing things about friends and family, then that becomes gray. Because if somebody wants to tell me who my friends are, I know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
But if somebody else wants to tell me who my friends are, well, that's a gray area. But if they can prove, the NCAA in this case, that whether it be friend or acquaintance or somebody I've never heard of before wants to give me information that's going to help my team win, and it can be proven that there was an exchange of information, then that would be a rules violation.
Okay, so
I would think. Again, I'm making some slight assumptions.
Okay. Oh, no. I mean, but the thing is, and then you have to be able to prove it. And under that situation, you're talking you have to prove it. And can you prove that they would have to be like even so you're saying and like so let's say this analyst sent people and he paid them to do that, and there's a paper trail and they have that proof, there's a rules violation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but so so and then at that point it's like, what information do they have to prove that there is? Do they have somebody, a whistleblower, or do they have somebody? They're going to have to intercept some of this communication somehow.
I wish we could go back to 1994 when this rule was put in place, and I understand why it was put in place, because there was inequity in regards to revenue from all the schools. So it was determined, well, this costs a lot of money for particular schools that can't afford it, whether that's Akron U or Ball State. So this isn't going to be done, because obviously we all know that advanced scouting is part of professional sports. It's done every day.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with it, and shouldn't be anything wrong with it. So it's clearly not a judgment. It wasn't a rule that was enacted from a moral or ethical standpoint. It was from a practical standpoint of eliminating cost for everyone.
Yeah, no, I agree with that too. Yeah, I think, I see Ohio State calling us cheaters all the time. I see it in the chat today.
Well, the same thing would happen the other way.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be doing it, because I actually
I'm not saying every Michigan fan or every Ohio
Yeah.
State fan, but there would be Michigan fans all over the place calling Ohio State cheaters.
For sure. No, so to me, I think and just from from my and it could end up being worse than what I think it is. Do you think so? What do you think the chances are that the NCAA is coming after Michigan or coming after Harbaugh?
Fairly high. I don't think that Michigan's doing anything that anyone else is not doing, because I can't imagine that they would be that stupid to risk all their success and everything that they've got going to do something that would jeopardize that.
Yeah. And really, this is the other points that, other people have made before, and I agree with too, is if you're a college football program, if you're not preparing for other teams trying to steal your signs, then you're not doing your job. You should know that's part of the game. So that's your preparation. Michigan has their practices in an enclosed stadium. I think Ohio State has their practices in an enclosed stadium. They try to keep is tight-lipped about everything, because they don't feel that the rest of the country are naive enough they're not naive enough to think that nobody's trying to do these things.
Absolutely. I appreciate you being here, Ben.
Okay, I'll catch you later. So anyways, I was just saying, I don't think it has much impact on the game itself either way.
I don't either. Thanks, Ben.
All right, Mark, thanks for having me. Sorry I kept you up so long.
No problem. Have a good one.
All right, bye.
Erica says the same ref who made this call, meaning the Cooper DeJean punt return call, made a similar call last time we played Minnesota, took away a touchdown, and has Minnesota and Nebraska connections. I can't change it, but still interesting stuff. Erica, thank you so much for the contribution. Keith, thank you for your contribution. Appreciate you being here, Keith. Blue Wolverine. Level 2 violation is at most like Baylor. Stay calm. All right. I'm calm, but I appreciate you, Blue Wolverine, letting everyone else know to stay calm. Michigan Man is here at the Voice of College Football. Michigan Man, what's going on?
Man, I can't wait to get on. I'm gonna bring much more sense than Steve Days and the last guy. Okay. Anyone named on a team, affiliate, volunteer, doesn't matter who it is. If they're named on the staff, they're a part of the staff.
That's what I
no gray area. Yeah, no, I'm trying to clarify because some Michigan fans, I don't know why they can't understand this. They are part of the staff, period. Now, Stallions has been on the staff before actually being hired. He's still on the staff as a volunteer from 2015. So he's been on the staff the whole time Harbaugh's actually been there. At first as a volunteer, officially hired in May of 2022. Still on the staff though.
Yeah.
So he did it. He totally sent people to scout. Like if you look at the report, he bought over 30 tickets in 3 years to 11 different schools. They're even saying now, it's sources obviously. Pete Thamel's really the only ones reporting this. He even reported that he bought tickets for both sides of the Penn State Ohio State game. So he bought tickets for one side on Penn State, on that side, and on the Ohio State side of the benches. How close to it, I don't know. So people got to realize he totally sent people to scout. Now that's out of the way. Now I'm going to move on to this. He makes $55K a year.
Okay.
I don't know how he would even afford to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. How does a guy making $55,000 a year afford? And I'm just saying tickets. I'm not talking about anything. I'm just saying tickets.
I hear you. So
you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. So I've not looked at the article. I don't know when that was posted, but I've not.
I gave you the gist of it. It was over a 3-year period. He bought over 30 tickets, around 30 tickets to 11 different Big Ten schools games.
Okay, but there's no other evidence of what these people are doing.
That's the next part I'm going to get to. Next part I'm going to get to. Now, the rule, which I've read extensively, only applies to the staff. It does. It doesn't apply to friends. It doesn't apply to family. It applies to staff, whether that's just people named on the staff. This is the gray area here. The only gray area. All the other stuff is not gray area. If you pay for, by the way, the recording too. The recording on the rule only applies to on field. It doesn't apply to the stands actually. It only applies to the playing area. There's multiple. Those are the two main gray areas here. And to me, either way, you're bending the rule to the point where you're to the point where it's broken. Like you're bending it like a rubber band that barely stretches out anymore. You know what I'm saying? So if you're sending military buddies, family members to these games, it doesn't actually break the rule. That part of it doesn't break the rule.
Okay.
The actual electronic part is interesting as well, because if you read the rule, it only applies to, like I said, on the field. It says that in the rule that all the equipment that is prohibited is on the field, it's not the stands. So it's very interesting when you read this guy's LinkedIn that he literally put in his LinkedIn, I specialize in finding weaknesses in opponents' strategies and how they, I forget the end of it, but the point is that was like what he put in his LinkedIn. So I wonder if this guy was like, I wonder how much I can bend these rules to the point where, I'll leave it at that.
Because the only people that are on the field are affiliated with either team or with the officiating crew and the stadium management and maintenance and so forth and media. So if he wasn't able to get anybody on the field and he knows the rules and he's trying to bend them to the nth degree, and these people are in the stands, and it clearly states, as I'm getting from you, that it is only breaking the rule if these people are on the field, then we're done.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because the reason that is because how can you stop a fan from filming the game?
Well, you can't, but if somebody is specifically paying people to go to the game and you can prove that there's some exchange of information, then that's what
that's the key there too. That's the key to there too. If they can find a continuous record of people sending him videos of the games, something like that, I think that's.
I don't even know how you do that. I don't know if the NCAA has authority to look at. I guess
they took his computer though.
Okay, to look at. I wonder if I would not think that they would have the ability to take any kind of.
Well, he voluntarily gave it.
Okay.
Which I don't know why if you had it on there, I don't know why you would do that, but So to me, this is what it looks like to me, and this is the best case scenario to the worst case scenario. Best case scenario is this guy did this on his own, which again, I don't know how with a $55K salary, but he did this on his own, right? And he thought he could bend the rules to the point where you really can't bend them anymore, right? Worst case scenario is they find links between the staff and Connor Stallions. Yes. They find videos being sent from these people to Connor Stallions, and there's communications from Connor Stallions to the staff of knowledge of this going on. And if that's the case, I'm not even going to debate whether the rule is stupid or not. That's not the point here. It's a rule in that aspect. To me, Harbaugh could be in some trouble there.
So then the next step is, that would still bring a lot of punishment, but then you need to determine, or they would need to determine, did Stallions work on his own or not? Now, to your point, he's making $55,000 a year and he's buying all these tickets. However, there are people that, I don't know how old a person he is, but there are people that want to be close to, they just want to be involved. They want to be close. They want to, to a big time football program, and they might be independently wealthy. He might have earned $1 zillion doing something else and he doesn't care. And he's got resources.
Well, this, you probably don't even know the story of this guy. So Devin Gardner, the Michigan quarterback, said this morning that he used to attend every away game of Michigan and would wait at the hotel. He got the job at Michigan, or the volunteer job, because he paid his own fare. Like, this dude was obsessed with getting a job at Michigan. Obsessed.
So he's either obsessed, just obsessed, or he's obsessed and he's got a ton of money.
Well, he's an ex-military guy. Who knows how much money he got? I'm just saying that his salary is $55K. But the point I'm making here is I'm talking about the type of guy this is. He clearly is a guy that would put the effort in to do something like this, and he clearly did. I mean, if you're going to every away game, you're waiting at the hotel just to talk to the players. You're paying your own fare to try to get a job at Michigan. I mean, it just fits with that kind of guy that you would set up a quote unquote vast network with. At this point, that's what that looked like,
I just can't imagine that Harbaugh would determine this is really giving us that much of an advantage, that we need this versus risking.
Oh yeah,
that's hard to believe.
No, I'm with you. And look, in the we all know the NCAA don't care about what the coaches knows. It doesn't matter. Like, you're culpable regardless. So anyone saying, "Oh, He didn't know. That doesn't matter to the NCAA. That's the rule in the NCAA.
Yes, you're right, but we have seen in the past where there's a difference in penalty if they just consider it lack of institutional control, which this would be if they couldn't connect the two, versus, yes, if Jim Harbaugh is directing this and he's in full knowledge of it and that can be proven, they're both going to be serious, but that's going to take it to another level.
Yeah, and here's another thing, spirit of the rule. So,
yep.
When it comes to the spirit of the rule, what is the spirit of the rule in this case? Because it was for cost measures. It wasn't for, you get what I'm saying? Like when you talk about spirit of the rule, it's sure. So is that a factor that comes up too?
An issue with anyone doing advanced scouting is what you mean. It was all about just let's make it fair for everyone. So certain schools don't have the budget to do this, so we're going to outlaw it for everyone. Yep.
Yeah, so I know the NCAA, they could use that too, because because the NCAA, if they feel like they want to put a punishment, they can choose to put a punishment. So if they decide, look, we can't actually say he broke the rules according to the rules, they could say that we feel he broke the spirit of the rule, correct? Or no?
So tell me what he did to have broken the spirit of the rule, but not technically.
I just saw this argument out there, and I'm trying to hash out how they would do that. So I guess the spirit of the rule is to not. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to see if there's avenues that the NCAA would choose to try to enforce if they can't enforce the actual written law or the written rule.
Yeah. Well, I would think the difference would be that if somebody wanted to catch somebody on some technicality, they would find that, yeah, someone who's connected to Michigan just happened to be at the Ohio State Penn State game because, they have a connection to a family of the player and they were just there and they were, just had their cell phone up and they were just taking shots at the stadium and whatever. And then that they got on camp, somebody recognized them and shot video of them doing it. And technically,
that's the other part of the report. I forgot to mention that. The schools actually found the seats that he purchased. They found the locations of the seat, and one of the quotes was that they didn't say it wasn't like a for sure statement. It was like, we think we found someone filming the game, the whole entire game, in the seat that he purchased with the phone. That was also in the report.
But I don't know what they're gaining, what Michigan is gaining from some person sitting in row 58.
Well, here's the bottom line to me. There's a situation here where Michigan actually didn't break the rules. That they bent the rule to the point where it can't be bent no more. But if they didn't actually break, now don't get me wrong, it borders on cheating still. But if they didn't actually break the rule according to the letter of the rule, is that still cheating? Or did they find a way to take advantage of? You get what I'm saying?
So give me an example.
This one right here. If they sent someone that wasn't a staff member.
Yep.
And if they filmed it, let's say they did film it. If they filmed it from the stands, and the rule states that it's only on-field equipment that they're talking about, and that's not breaking the rule, is that still cheating? Or did you did you do something that wasn't? You get what I'm saying? If it was,
unless they have written more into the rule book than what you just stated, then they did not break the rule. They were not on the field. And you could buy 100,000 tickets and have everybody in the stadium hired by Michigan. And if they're all just sitting there taping the game on their phone, then according to the rule, that's not breaking the rule.
So there's a scenario here where, of course, everyone else is going to call them. It'd be like Patriots. Everyone calls them cheaters to this day, right? They would call Michigan cheaters to the end of time, but they didn't actually technically, according to the rule, break the rule. wouldn't that go down as like the greatest, one of the greatest like espionage spy, like 30 for 30 ESPN? That would be like a great 30 for 30 ESPN right there.
It would be.
That'd be insane to me.
I would need to know in that case what Michigan is gaining from those records.
That's the other thing. I don't know what you gain from that. Like, first of all, I doubt he was getting bench seat, like seats behind the bench every game. I sincerely, there's no way. Like, those price tickets are, unless someone else was paying for it.
Exactly.
I don't know how you do that. So let's just say he was doing it with his 55K. Let's just say he was doing that, and he was getting like an average seat, and you're filming it with your iPhone. I don't know what you get from that.
I don't either. I have no idea. I don't get that.
And people, and all the other part is that people stand up. You're not always getting, you know what I'm saying? There's people waving their hands.
We see more on television.
So but that's getting into like what advantages it really have. My main point here is there is an avenue where they literally just found a way to bend the rule without breaking the rule, like on some Belichick type stuff, like.
Well, better than Belichick. Belichick broke the rule.
Yeah, Belichick actually broke. He went to So he went to actual practices, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, that's real bad. Because then you're
the Rams practicing before the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, that's actually that's a huge advantage because you're seeing what they want to do in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, look. We'll see what happens, man. If they do find connections with Harbaugh, like I said, if they do find trail like that, well, that's the other thing. He had his names on all the tickets. His names are on the tickets.
Who? Stallions?
Yeah, they're on the ticket. That's how they know. His names are literally on the tickets. So that's either really dumb or here's what it could be. It's either really dumb or that you found a loophole and it's like, hey, I bought tickets for my friends. They went to the games. And then they're like, why did they film it? I don't know. They just wanted to film the game.
Yeah. I had no idea they were going to do it. I don't care. People do it all over the place. Half the stadiums taking video.
Because you can't. How do you regulate? You can't regulate that.
No. Unless.
Wow, this is fascinating, man. This is one of the most fascinating sports stories I've ever. Is this up there for you?
Yeah, I guess. I'd have to think long and hard about that, but it's definitely interesting. Yes.
So I hope I cleared up a lot.
Cheating. Oh, absolutely. That's great stuff.
I hope I cleared up a lot there. Like I said, Steve Dace, I get it. He's passionate. He was a little too passionate for me. Ben's cool, but Ben was kind of getting more on the buy side, trying to say that, well, if he's not being paid, well, he's on the staff, dude. He's still on the staff,
Yeah,
like he's still
I thought I clearly delineated the difference between being on the staff and not being on the staff, as you did. Yeah.
So, but here's the other thing I see in the chat right now. People are saying like, well, they don't work for Jim. Well, if the guy's sending random friends and family to the game, and there's no proof that he's sending videos back, he's not working. That person isn't working for Jim. Or there's no proof that person's working. You get what I'm saying? The only proof you have there is that he gave tickets out to people to attend games.
Yeah, and this Stallions guy can do whatever he wants with his salary.
That's the other thing I was going to ask you. If he gets paid from the school, right? And he takes the money he got paid, but that's his own money. He earned that. And he pays tickets out of his own pocket, which again, I don't know how you do that with that salary. But anyways, hypothetically here, that's not coming from the school, is it? Or that's coming from his own, right? How would that work in the eyes of the rule?
Well, I can't admit this would be crazy, dumb, ridiculous, and against every freedom that we have. Once he's paid, that's his money. It's not the school paying anyone.
This is starting to sound like this dude's just a genius to me. I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's money.
This is starting to sound like this dude. If this dude gave them his computer freely, there's nothing on it. There's nothing on it. There's no videos from people, and the only evidence they have is he paid for random people's tickets to go to games, and maybe they got a video of that person filming the game. If that's all they have, this dude's a genius. He's a genius.
Yeah, I don't know how they get around the on the field portion of this if that's not part of it. If that's
it is, it is. I could pull that all back up. It's like Rule 11. It's like Rule 1-11. When it comes to prohibited equipment, only applies to the playing area, so the field. So it's under that rule. It's crazy, man. This is like, you need to get a lawyer on here or something, man, to talk about this one. Because like there's a situation here where this dude's gonna have a 30 for 30 in like 20 years, and it's gonna just say how someone broke the NCAA rules and found a way to advance scout without breaking any rules. That's what the title of the documentary is going to be.
Again, there are so many different avenues and aspects to this that are fascinating, but the one that I can't get past is I want to see this video and what it is possibly giving the coaching staff to go on.
Like that part of it, I don't get in. I get what you're saying, but that part of it, I mean, look, another tidbit. In 2021, the NCAA Infractions Committee actually tried to get rid of this rule. It got denied after it went through the process, but they tried to actually remove this rule. And you know what they cited? It doesn't give an advantage to teams. That's why I'll find. Hold on, let me get it real quick, man. I had it. I forget the exact language, but basically the gist of why. So in 2021, the Infractions Committee of the NCAA submitted a request to get rid of this rule. And the reasoning was that they didn't feel that it gave a unfair advantage to teams. Just kind of like, get to your point. It ended up getting denied in December of 2021. Mm-hmm. But the fact that they even did that kind of tells me that they don't even think it gives that big of an advantage.
No.
So I don't know. I just feel like the guy was like, I'm gonna go on this. I just feel like the guy was like, look, I feel like I could find a way to bend the rules. If the NCAA feels like I broke them, they're gonna feel like I broke them. But I'm gonna find a way to bend these rules, and I feel like I found a way, and I'm gonna do it. That's really what I think happened.
Yeah, I want to know. Did Harbaugh know? I want to know, was there
that's key
transition of information or video from his friends to him or the rest of the coaching staff? And I really want to know if they can
even get that.
Maybe we'll get a coach on here and have them answer the question: what in the world can you decipher from a cell phone recording of a game from row 50?
Yeah, no, like I'm with you, man. I don't know, but like at the end of the day, man, I don't know if I've leaned you. Well, here's the thing. I don't even know how you figure that out, though. How does the NCAA figure out the transfer information part? The only way they could do that is if you voluntarily give up your devices, right?
Yeah, and that's why they asked for one. But he obviously, unless he's a complete idiot, he's taking care of that one way or the other.
I can't imagine someone especially an ex-military guy. I can't imagine him voluntarily giving them his computer and with a bunch of crap stuff on it. I can't see it. And that's the only way they could really find anything out. And if you can't find that out by the written law, what rule has been broken?
Looks like none.
Wild. Like I said, man, I'm going to go, man, but this could be a 30 for 30. Either way, it's going to be a 30 for 30. What am I talking about? Either way. Either if it ends up imploding Michigan, it's a 30 for 30, or if it's this guy's just a genius and found the greatest loophole in competitive football that we've ever seen. Either way, it's a 30 for 30.
I hear you, man. Thanks for
So
being
I'm gonna get
here.
out of here, man. Hope I made sense of everything.
Absolutely. Have a good one. Good stuff from Michigan, man. Appreciate y'all being here at the Voice of College Football. We'll get to Michael in just 2 shakes. We want to make sure that we get in the super chats, the latest being Blue Wolverine. Thank you so much for the contribution. Level 2 violation at most. The like Baylor, stay calm. We had read that before. We've got Keith. Keith, thank you so much for being here. He also has a military retirement. He's a double dipper. They do very well. He's probably able to afford it. That was my thought. If he's traveling around chasing the football team on the road, then either he's going broke doing that or he's got money to burn. He's fine. Keith comes back with this. Retired military man can fly free inside CONUS. They can stay at travel could be minimal. Yeah, that's another thing as part of the military. A lot of financial breaks out there. Gotcha. Good point. Stan says, interesting caveat in 2021. NCAA moved to remove the off-campus advanced scouting rule, as Michigan Man was just letting us know, because it found there to be no competitive advantage. It was defeated, but could affect punishment. Yeah, could affect punishment in stating, in us arriving at a place where, okay, you knowingly broke the rules, but these are rules that are highly questionable, that were instituted originally in 1994 due to other considerations, not having to do with competitive advantage, just having to do with equity financially. So I would think that would play into it significantly if we're dealing with rules that are already under consideration to be abolished. All right, we've got Michael here. Michael, welcome into the Voice of College Football, sir. Thanks for waiting.
Hey, Mark, how you doing today, sir?
I am doing great. How are you?
Pretty good. First of all, I'm going to shoot Keith's theory down. I'm retired. I was in the military, and I can't fly free. My uncle was in for 30-plus years. He can't fly free. He can do the basic, the BEQ and the BQQ is like the enlistment quarters and the officer quarters. That's basically the housing for the military. We can stay there for free, but as far as flying, no, I can't fly for free. I was in it for over 6 years. I don't know where you got the information from, unless it changed. But I just wanted to fly this year, and I couldn't do it for free. And using my military information. But that's a different subject for a different day.
That's between you and Keith. I don't know. I'm not a former military, so I do not know. And the military people that I do know are pilots. Therefore, they fly free anyway.
Well, yeah. But anyway, I'm going to ask you this. When you was going to college, you went to what, Kent State?
Yes. The mighty golden flashes of Lou Holtz. That's why I so adamantly defend Lou Holtz in everything that he states.
Okay, I gotta ask you, was you working on campus?
No, I never worked on campus.
Like with me, when I was going to both to Purdue and IUPUI, I was working in the intramurals department. Okay. So technically, am I considered an employee of the university?
Yeah.
Okay, I could have done the same thing he did too, and I had tickets and stuff, but why did they say anything to this? But I digress about that too. And I did take pictures, and there was times I took pictures and stuff too, but I was in the stands and stuff. But I wasn't focusing mostly on that stuff though. But
what year was it?
Oh, this was from like 2007 until I graduated in 2016. Okay.
Were you transferring that to? First of all, you were doing that at the Purdue games.
Yes, but what I do?
Maybe we're uncovering a scandal here involving Daryl Hazel or Danny Hope.
No. Coach Till was still coach. No, I would never do that. I don't know why, but anyway.
Was Joe Tiller still there? 07?
07, 08 was his last year. God rest his soul.
Yes.
Anyway, but no, I mean, like, and then I transferred to IEP in 2012, and they don't have a football program. But like I said, I know plenty of the coaches. Well, most of the coaches are no longer there.
You were not going to campuses other than Purdue of opponents that Purdue was about to play.
No, I mean,
correct?
Correct. I went to games around. The only two Big Ten campuses I've never been to was Rutgers and Maryland. I've been to every other campus in the Big Ten.
Wow.
But I've never. But that was a long time ago before I was deemed to do anything with Purdue or IEPY and stuff. So.
Might surprise people. I've only been to one stadium in the Big Ten.
Hey,
I've been to far more stadiums in the SEC.
Let me guess, that was Ohio Stadium.
That's the only one.
Wow.
I've had no reason to go anywhere else. And when I was working the games as a broadcaster, I worked in the SEC. So I've been to those
favorite
stadiums.
SEC stadium you went to?
How many?
No, your favorite.
My favorite. Well, I haven't been to really that many. My favorite. Can't say that I've got a favorite. I think the one with the most atmosphere would be Ole Miss, Oxford.
Mm-hmm. I bet. But no, I was thinking about this the other day, and I didn't get a chance to ask you this. But when you was working in Mississippi, if either Ole Miss or Mississippi State came to you and say, "Hey, you're going to be our new play-by-play person,"
yes.
Which sport would you have picked?
Which sport? Oh, that's a great question. Mississippi State and Ole Miss's play-by-play guys at the time that I was there, and this is pretty common, were both the men's basketball and the football announcers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I never had the pipes to be a play-by-play guy. I did it for high school football and basketball in Ashland University on the side, but I never had the pipes to be a play-by-play guy at that level. That's a great question. My knowledge of basketball would have had to have increased, even though I covered it for quite a long time and I knew the sport, but I didn't know it inside and out, and I never played it. And I played baseball and I played football, at least in high school. So I would want to cover those sports. But yeah, I had thoughts in my early teens of being a play-by-play announcer in Major League Baseball.
Now, as I was going to say, so best bet if it would have been Ole Miss or Mississippi State, or as I refer to as Cowbell University, it would have been football.
Well, I was just saying that my dreams for a few years when I was an early teen was to be a Major League Baseball play-by-play announcer.
Reds or
no, the Indians. Yes. We were just talking about this at lunch yesterday after church. A lot of people were asking me about my former career and asking me all sorts of questions about it. And man, I was starting to have to rattle my cobwebs to come up with some stories. But yeah, I was a huge baseball fan. I sat down and watched a good portion of the ALCS Championship Series game last night, and I've not watched a baseball game in like 3 years.
So I'm trying to think who was. I know Marty Brenneman and Al Michaels was in play-by-play back in the 70s and early 80s. But who did it for? I can't remember who did it for Cleveland.
So the play-by-play guys, Herb Score was a lefty who pitched for the Indians, and he was actually hit in the eye with a line drive, and that shortened his career. But he was an extremely talented lefty with the Indians, and he was, oh my goodness, he was an announcer with the Indians from the early to mid 60s until probably 10 or 12 years ago, like for 50 years, something like that. Now, he was more of the analyst, but he also did play-by-play. The way they do it for many teams in Major League Baseball, as you probably know, is they share play-by-play duties.
Well, yeah, I remember like Kerry did that, and then I can't remember Jack. I can't remember his name. Brickhouse. I remember they used to do that, but now they don't do that as much anymore, I guess. But I remember them doing it like in the 70s and 80s and stuff like that.
So the name with the Indians is Hamilton. I can't think of his first name.
Oh, Tom Hamilton.
Tom Hamilton. Tom Hamilton has been the Indians play-by-play announcer
forever. Since like the late 80s, I think.
Yeah, right around there. Late 80s, early 90s. I would say early 90s. So, man, 30 plus years. And he's been the main guy. And they've had Paul Olden, Nev Chandler was their play-by-play guy. Joe Tate was on television and did a small stint on the radio, but Joe Tate was on WUAB channel 43 out of Cleveland for a long time.
Yeah, but wasn't he the voice of the Cavaliers?
The Cavs. Yes, well done, Mike.
Yep. And I think he's no longer with us either, is he?
No, he is not. And he was so incredibly good. But yeah, even though basketball was his first love and what he was known for, he was the Indians play-by-play guy for
I didn't know that.
6 or 8 years.
Yep, I know
that range. And Nev Chandler, who I mentioned, was the Browns play-by-play guy for my goodness, a long time. And a guy that I know personally, Jim Donovan, out of the NBC station in Cleveland, he's been the play-by-play guy for the Browns for.
Is he still doing? Oh, speaking of the Browns, did you watch the game?
Just stopped being the play-by-play, but he was from the early, probably mid '90s until now.
I know this is college related, but did you watch any of the Colts Browns game yesterday?
Not a play. I saw that Myles Garrett was incredible, but I did not see.
Yeah, he had a blocked field goal. But I don't know if you see the highlights, especially at the end of the game. And pretty much what Iowa fans are going through. And yes, I'm a Colts fan and official.
Yeah.
But my thing is this: don't blame the officials for what happened. You blame the team for letting them march down the score. Basically. Anyway, there was two controversial plays yesterday. The holding call, yeah, that was legit. But as far as the pass interference, even Victor Wembanyama or Shaq couldn't have caught the ball unless they had good go gadget arms. They called the pass interference on. My thing is this: blame the team for letting them go down and score. Don't blame the officials for the game. I mean, yeah, and it also was an official. Yeah, I made mistakes and blown calls before, but you got to blame the team for letting them for being in that situation.
Well, both can be true.
No,
you can blame the officials for making a bad call, but you can also say, "Well, we still had the opportunity to win the game and we blew it."
Yeah. Anyway, yep, not bad. And
you're Michael, you're taking me places that are forcing me and wanting me to talk about other things and think about other things. But Jim Donovan was the play-by-play voice of the Browns from 1999, and just this season has taken a leave of absence.
Oh, okay.
So for 24 years.
All right, fair enough.
And before that, it was Nev Chandler, and of course, the Browns did not have a team in 1996, 7 and 8.
Yeah, that's just like and stuff like that. But that's a different subject for a different day. Oh well, you got a couple minutes left. You probably got to eat dinner and get ready for the O show.
I will not be getting ready for it, but we got our guy, John DeGatamo. He's sitting tight and ready to roll.
Yeah, not bad. I got to get going for work as much as I really don't want to work tonight, but got to get the bills paid. But no, that was a fun conversation with Corey. To quote Jim Rome, you got to rack that conversation.
Okay, we'll rack it.
Yeah,
we'll clip that one off.
All right. And your next stream will be what? Wednesday?
In terms of taking calls?
Yes.
That's a great question. I'm gonna be here either Tuesday or Wednesday. Yes.
I want to talk to you about Nebraska and Purdue.
That sounds good.
All right. Take care. Go get some dinner, sir.
Okay, Michael. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mark.
Have a good night at work.
Boil her up.
All right. We will let John simmer there and take a few more minutes off. We'll take this call from Nick. Nick, what's going on tonight?
Not much, Mark. How are you?
I am doing just fine.
I mean, it's clear. It's clear, right? The Michigan football program has to be permanently banned from all post. How is J.J. McCarthy not in an orange jumpsuit right now, in handcuffs, being taken to a federal building to be processed?
Yes,
it's unbelievable.
It is certainly clear that he has taken that information to become the quarterback that he is today. Yes.
I mean, how else do you explain he's all of a sudden the Heisman favorite? He clearly cheated. There's no way he could play this efficiently without cheating. No, anyway, obviously I'm joking. That not the previous caller, but the caller you had before, some of the information was actually really interesting. I was just doing a small little research into it, and I couldn't find exactly what he was talking about. I'm sure if I had more time I could, but I don't know. I wish someone would post that or whatnot. But so it kind of sounds like to me, and I won't take too much of your time here, but I'm a little confused because I've heard you say at different times, like, yes, this does sound serious, but it kind of seems like from the information that we have that you're kind of leaning towards Michigan may have bent the rules, but they can't really prove that they broke them.
Okay. So to be clear, of course, opinions can change with further information being revealed. So we jumped on here right after this story first broke. And my thought was, we've got a program that's already being investigated. We've got a coach who has been uncooperative with the NCAA. And now we have a story that has to have truth to it. And we see that it does have truth. That doesn't mean it's guilt truth. That means that there is something to it. There's evidence. There is connection there of them advanced scouting their opponents, which is against the rules. So sure, that is serious to me. Now, whether we can argue all night as to whether it truly gives them any kind of an advantage, and nobody has been able to state how it would give them that much of an advantage. But regardless, it's, look at the situation at Ohio State 12 or 13 years ago. Their players traded awards for tattoos. Does that seem serious? No. So to me, it's not serious. It doesn't matter. But to the NCAA, it meant we're taking away scholarships. We're taking away postseason. We are suspending these players, and it caused a coach to be fired and a team to go without postseason for a season, and for them to lose their 5 best offensive players for 6 games.
Okay.
So it turned out to be very impactful and serious, but
what's your gut
to this day don't think it's serious.
What's your gut feeling? Are we headed towards with this? Your gut feeling, obviously you said it can change, and of course it can if more information comes out. But do you think we're headed for another final result that's similar to that would essentially be program devastating? I mean, because if the NCAA...
No. I don't think so. This is what I think. And I won't even go with my gut. I'll go with precedent. I can't remember a time in which a story has been broken and this much information has been reported that there wasn't some level of violation. Can anybody, and please correct me in the chat, if you can think of a time when there's been all these details that have been reported by the media, and then there's been absolutely nothing found, no infractions, nothing, no penalties, nothing. I do not remember that ever happening anywhere. So there's most likely something to it, but I got to think that it's on the level of more just, we're going to keep an eye on you, probation, fine. I don't know about scholarships. Probably that's
so the NCAA's version of being like, we're not angry, we're just disappointed, and what we're, here's a slap on the no. I mean,
or their level of, we're mad at you because you've pissed us off in the past, and we're already investigating you. Now we're investigating investigating you again, and it's going to look bad on us if we go through this entire investigation and it's all reported and then we say you've done absolutely nothing wrong. That they're going to spin this into some level of violations that won't amount to much. That's my guess.
Now, the interesting thing is there's questions about whether the actual rules were broken. Like when you look at it very black and white, like I agree. I think with this, there is no gray area. When people say gray area, I feel like they're getting that mixed up with bending the rules. Bending the rules is different from a gray area. Like this is pretty black and white.
Yeah.
It's just we don't have all the information. But there's no penalty. Even if Jim Harbaugh showed up in nothing but khakis and was just doused in milk with binoculars, he got caught in the stands, like at an opposing game, like just the most blatant violation of it. What's the penalty? There's no penalty besides a similar situation, I believe, with a Baylor coach who was actually on the sideline at an opponent's game who got suspended for like a half of a game or something. But what is so when people talk about we need to vacate wins, we need to ban them now, we need to stop them now from competing, like what possible, even if the rule was just blatantly broken, what justification is there for that? Because
while I completely or near completely agree with you, I'm going to give you a very simple logic as to why wins should be vacated. Although I am not, hang on, Michigan fans, I am not lobbying for wins to be vacated. But think about it.
Wait, can I clarify something?
Yes.
You are an Ohio State fan, right? Just want to make that sure. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I think this is a extremely logical conclusion. Why do any players, coaches, anyone cheat in any such way? Whether you consider it to be serious or frivolous or stupid or serious, what is the only sole purpose in cheating?
It gives you an advantage.
Yes. To do what?
To win.
To win games. That's the only reason anyone would cheat. Otherwise, why would
like with test
anytime anyone says to me, well, that was inconsequential, it didn't matter, that they were cheating, but it didn't really help them, then they are either the biggest morons on the planet. And I am stating that that's not hyperbole. You would have to be a complete and utter idiot to cheat, not thinking it's going to help you at all, because that in and of itself is the only reason to do it.
No,
there's no other reason to do
it. I agree with that. I've never questioned that. I mean, they're not that dumb. I'm asking, when you go into, let me put it this way. When you raise to the level of, in this case, vacating wins from not just one season ago, but multiple seasons, and on top of that, trying to justify a post-game ban during the season, that is to a level, like, would that not be one of the most serious punishments that's ever?
Sure.
So, but
and actually,
but what precedent is there for doing?
It's actually
so?
appropriate. It's an appropriate response because that was the sole purpose. If in fact this happened, regardless of whether I make the connection to the Tom Brady of the inflating of the footballs, because so many people will say Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback of all time. Doesn't matter how much the ball's inflated. And they won 45-7. So he didn't need to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But he did it. And he knowingly did it to cheat. So what was the result of the cheating? The only reason to cheat is to gain an advantage to win the game. So what's the appropriate response to that? To take away the win that they gained by cheating. Not that they needed it. That's a whole other discussion. How much they won by, and they could have done it without. I don't believe in any way that Michigan is gaining an advantage. Somebody would have to prove it to me. I would need a coach or somebody who's been involved in this type of activity to say, well, you can gain this sign and you can do this and you can find
that's what I'm saying is you would have to, before you go to that serious of a level.
Why do you need to go to that level? I understand your response from a practical standpoint, but if we're both playing chess, and I knowingly cheat and somebody catches me, I moved a spot while you weren't looking or something like that. But then we go through an IQ test and it's determined I'm so much smarter than you. I didn't need to do that, all this other stuff. And that move was inconsequential to the game. So that negates me cheating because I didn't need to cheat.
So you've yeah, I don't think we're disagreeing. I don't know, you must think I'm disagreeing with you or something. I'm just saying that, okay, I guess I'm just trying to get more clarification of what you actually think is going to happen is not
what I think should happen.
Oh, so you do. Oh, so you okay. Okay, now I get what you're saying. Okay, so you think what's actually going to happen is much less than what should happen. So if this proves true and Michigan gets anything less, because Connor Stallions was around, like he was probably involved with the program before. I mean, he was before 2021. Yeah. I think he's been around since 2016. So are we going to go back that far? Like, do we need to do we need to go? I mean, if he's guilty of this, don't you need to go back farther and see if there was anything else going on?
Let's take away wins from Brady Hoke. His record needs to take more of a beating. So anyway, here would be the linchpin in all of that.
But you just said you think that's what should happen, though.
This would be the linchpin in this, Nick, would be making the connection between him acting on his own, in which that becomes a clear lack of institutional control, meaning you don't know what your employees are involved in, versus he submitted this information. It was known to Jim Harbaugh and his coaching staff, and they used it.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's surprising. Okay.
What's surprising?
I guess I'm just a little surprised that I think it's a little bit more nuanced than they cheated. So now we just have to vacate all of their wins
at all. It's like,
so it's
and I know I'm taking
even
this
though
in a
we
different
admitted,
direction, but it's just like baseball steroids. Once they were outlawed in the game of baseball, which at one point they weren't, but once they were, this whole line of thinking that disclaims cheating to say, well, Barry Bonds was a great player anyway, he didn't really need that, then don't cheat. Like I don't know how to get around that. Like if I'm playing a pickup game with my 8-year-old son,
or don't get caught, essentially.
Well, yeah,
it's really what it comes down to.
If I'm playing a pickup basketball game with my 8-year-old son when he was 8 years old, I'm not going to cheat because I don't need to cheat to beat him. But once he became 15, if I needed to cheat, it was because I needed to cheat to beat him.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. If what, not the previous caller, but the caller before said was accurate about being in the stands.
Yeah.
And him not technically being on the team. So, I mean,
he is on the team.
No. The people who went to the game are not on the team.
Then they got away with it. Then there's nothing wrong with that. I see nothing wrong with that. They're not on the field and they are not part of the team. You cannot regulate what free citizens are doing that are not on the team unless you can find the video or other evidence to show that those people then released that information, that video, to a member of the team, because there is no other reason to do that. Just to say, oh, I got this really cool view of the, the clouds or the rainbow above the stadium here. I was just sharing it with a friend. Now obviously, if he's gaining just scads of video that's showing the entire game from 30 different people.
So you assume there's not, you're assuming right now there is not going to be evidence of that. Then if you don't think anything, if the NCAA is not gonna drop the hammer.
No. I'm telling you what I would do versus what I think they will do. That's the difference. Yeah.
So you think even if they catch, like, there is video evidence, okay, like, let's say it gets to the point where, like, they gave him video evidence and he paid them for that video evidence, or that video stuff, and then it goes to, and then they somehow prove, like, okay, this was implemented in the game plan. I don't know how they could prove all that, but let's say there's like a clear trail there. You still think the NCAA is not gonna go down that road of, okay, well, you guys are done. Like, you're screwed. Not competing this year. Vacate your wins back to Kingdom Come.
I don't think so, but we don't have precedence for this. Well, we do with, like you say, the one coach on the field.
It is interesting that that if there were NCAA officials on record saying that this does not give, even if it was, that this does not give a competitive advantage, if there's NCAA officials and that was brought to the table, that could become an interesting part of this. I didn't know that.
I will say this as well, Nick, that and Michigan fans need to hear me out on this one as well, because if Michigan's doing this, then just like the speeder who's going 80 in a 65 and he gets pulled over and he's like, everybody else is doing it, you're still going to get the ticket, you're still going to get slapped, and the rest of them go scot-free. But if the NCAA, for whatever reason, is targeting Michigan, and there's 85 other schools out there doing the same thing, or one other school, then that's too bad, because but they shouldn't be cheating. But I totally understand. We live in a world where you're going to do what you can get away with, and if your competition's doing it, just like recruiting and all the violations that are out there, most of which have not been caught, that to stay competitive, to be competitive in this world, most people are going to do that. And so I think it's a shame if, in fact, Michigan is doing this, and a zillion other schools are as well, and they have to pay a hefty price.
We know that other programs are doing advanced scouting. Like, it wasn't a rule until 1994. What are we going to do? They must have been doing it before then. Why would they have instituted a rule if it wasn't happening?
Yeah.
So what are we going to vacate? Are all those wins? So it's like, we need to do. Wasn't the rule originally actually for smaller budget schools who couldn't afford to
have nothing to do with anyone? Yeah, it has nothing to do with anyone determining that this is some horrible, unethical thing to do. It's done in professional sports, obviously, every day. Having scouts go and watch the teams that you're about to play in person. So there's nothing ethically wrong with it, I don't believe. It's just all about, well, we need to make the playing field even, and so no one can do it, because we're hearing from said schools, a MAC school or a Sunbelt school, that say that they can't keep up and they can't do this.
Well, I agree with you and the previous caller that former retired military guy would have to be pretty dumb to hand over his computer to the NCAA willingly, if he has evidence on it. So, yeah, so far it looks like it's a gray area that was pushed to the nth degree. But yeah, I just wanted to make it clear for all the media outlets. You can quote me on this. Mark Rogers says JJ should take the blame for this. That is a hunt. That's clearly what you're getting at.
Yeah, clip that off, and
there we go. He should be in
Twitter.
an orange jumpsuit. So,
yep.
All right, thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate you being here.
Yep. Bye.
All right. We appreciate everyone being here at the Voice of College Football. This is our Big Ten live show that started at 5 Eastern today, and we've got John D'Adamo, of course, here to take us home. What a packed night we got going here, John.
I gotta say, we've got everyone playing amateur lawyer and detective and everything else, and the folks, there's still so much we don't know. So I'm going to take us through the laws that I was able to compile, and we'll kind of just go through it as best we can, but just with the caveat that it's an ongoing investigation.
Yes.
There you go.
All right, John, take it home. We appreciate you being here. Everyone stick around, absolutely. And this should be a fun 2 hours with John.
Thanks, Mark. Okay. And yeah, thank you, Ben, for the $5. Michigan Ben, I believe that is. Thanks for the show as always. Have a great night all. So really appreciate that. Here we go. It is the Ocho here at the Voice of College Football Big Ten live show, 8 p.m. block. My name is John D'Adamo, and I'm going to take you through the next hour and a half or so. You can follow me at John D'Adamo on Twix, as Moose likes to call it. A couple of shows that I also host. I host Michigan Wolverines Live Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, and Saturdays when there's a game. Then we do Michigan Post Game Live with Dre and myself. Reminder to please like this video, subscribe, hit the bell. Let me find where that is. There it is. Like, subscribe, hit the bell. If you haven't already, do so, because it'll help support the content, helps the algorithm, all that good stuff. And then we get started from here. So we've got our topic, NCAA investigation. We're going to keep this rolling, and we've got 3 callers on the line, so we're going to let them all in right now. We got Sean Garner in the house. Sean, thanks for being patient and waiting. Good to have you here.
Great to be here, as always.
We got Jackson Johnson, host of the Jacksonian, in the house. Hey, Jackson.
What's up, Johnny? What's up, Sean?
Long time no see, Jackson.
How's it going, gents?
Good. And we've got Minnesota Dave is in the house. Minnesota Dave, great to see you. Great to see you here.
How's it going, everybody?
Well, it's been an interesting day here at college football land.
Wait. I just have to keep on getting refills on Iowa tears.
Well, we will cover that play and what happened there. Don't worry.
Well, there's about an ocean of it on Twix. I don't even follow Iowa people, and that is up like a good 10-15% of my timeline is just people soothing themselves.
It's about time that Minnesota sports never got screwed by a bad call. It's gone the other way.
We've all gotten screwed by calls at some point. So yeah, I know a thing or two about this. Now, before obviously we've been talking a lot about this topic since 5 when Mark Rogers and Steve Dace got on and talked about this. But I've got a couple of nuggets that I've been able to compile on the Connor Stalions investigation and what's been going on with respect to the purchasing of tickets. So what we've heard so far about this sign signal elite spy operation is that Stalions purchased tickets to over 30 Big Ten games at 11 schools over 3 years. They were distributed by retail. They were bought via StubHub, SeatGeek. This is really sophisticated operation. So apparently he himself didn't go to all the games personally. He had people, maybe military buddies. We don't know the extent of everybody who was sitting in these seats.
But not Ticket Smarter, right? Because Mark would never collaborate
No, we wouldn't.
with anyone that would condone cheating of this.
We wouldn't want to. We wouldn't want to collaborate with with anything in that department. So there's two rules, and we'll bring on now one more caller because of course we have to have more Michigan representation for this topic. We got Moose in the house. Hey, Moose.
Hey, we got some Sherlock Holmes in the chat tonight, huh?
Yeah, we do.
They think they got the case cracked, huh?
They got the goods. They got the goods. So the one that I've seen the most referenced is a bylaw 11.6.1, which basically says that off-campus in-person scouting of future opponents in the same season is prohibited. And so my first question is, like, if this was something that they were trying to defeat in 2021, so this was the rule that was brought in 94, basically because there was economic disadvantage. If you had some schools that had the money and resources to bring scouts and other schools didn't. So 94, they enacted this rule. It was revised a few times, and they did. There was an attempt, which was defeated in 21, to roll it back because they were kind of dubious on the actual impact of the rules. So I guess really what I'm wondering here is if your buddies are going to games, is that in person's, like, what do you need to be a scout? Do you need to be a paid staffer? Is if a buddy of yours goes to a game that you purchase a ticket from, is that a scout?
Well,
that's question number one.
Yeah. If they're giving you information, if you send someone there with the intention purely to look for signals and look for tendencies, and they're relaying that information back to you, they're a scout. I mean, like that, that's plain and simple. It doesn't matter if they're paid or not. It doesn't matter to me if they're on staff or not. They're effectively performing the function of a spy, maybe, in this system. I mean, I have one question, because I'm curious about this. Is there any reporting on who funded these ticket purchases?
We don't know that yet.
Okay. Because that would be a lot for an analyst. I mean, these tickets are not cheap.
Right. So, John.
Yeah.
So, John, if Michigan was doing this and they had this guy at this stadium, don't you think they would have something more professional than a cell phone recording the game? Don't you think? What do you think?
I mean,
if they were trying to skirt the rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just doesn't sound. It just doesn't sound right to me, dude. Like if
are they going to bring like studio cameras in there and boom mics?
I'm doing it better too. If I'm doing it in my coat or something. I'm doing it where somebody can't see it. I'm not pulling my phone out and standing up and pointing it directly at the sidelines. That's ignorant. Why would somebody do that? It doesn't add up to me. I'm sorry.
We haven't heard much from Jackson, or we'll start with Jackson. What's your take on this?
I'm just kind of like, I'm all wait and see mode for more information on what's going on. That's why I'm just kind of like not saying much on this topic. But the question I have is this going to be enough for Jim Harbaugh to go? Do I want to try my luck in the NFL again? Do I want to go back in the NFL, like say the Chicago Bears, and revitalize Justin Fields' career?
Okay, I have a completely different take from this than everyone else that's talking about this. Jim Harbaugh, to me, is like the last person who would ever want to be pushed out of a role. I mean, I don't think he's not the type of guy. I mean, he's a very stubborn, very proud person. He's not going to leave because the NCAA is pushing him around. That, if anything, that would make him more sturdy.
Or if he does leave, it makes him more suspicious, because that happened with the one of the coaches It happened with was it Jim Kelly, the old USC coach. He left right when the Reggie Bush shit hit the fan.
Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll.
Pete
Sorry.
Carroll.
Yeah. I'm sorry. And it happened. And happened with the Pony Express SMU coach. He left right when those allegations were starting to hit. So it always makes you kind of wonder if he leaves early. Then
Dennis Erickson did the same thing at Miami too. Left.
Yeah.
Seahawks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the other rule that we looked at is Rule 1, Article 11 of its prohibited field equipment. And one thing it says is any attempt to record either through audio or video means any signals given by an opposing player, coach, or team personnel is prohibited. So that seems like if they are recording using a cell phone, then that could very well be violation. And the question is like, what level violation is it? And like how deep does this go? Is this something where the film is being used by just is Stallions kind of acting as a lone wolf? Did Harbaugh know? I mean, there are a lot of things I think we still don't know yet, and I think that's going to determine the punishment that's given. Like, do Stallions get fired, or is it worse than that? Like, so.
Yeah. So I wonder. I know a lot of you can pick up a lot on game film from some of those sidelines. All 22. You get clear views of the sidelines a lot of times in those games. And if you're looking at tape, are you not allowed to look at the signals that they're? Are you not allowed to glean information from something?
Oh, no.
There's so much gray area that I.
John, you know they're not just gonna fire this dude. They're out for blood. They're out to get Jim. That's obvious.
Yeah. Well, I think that Harbaugh in some ways, really in how I think that the Burgergate situation was handled, and obviously like Harbaugh kind of had that attitude of like, kind of come at me a little and like, hey, like, I don't recall, I don't recall what happened with the receipt or who paid for what. So I think that might be playing into this a little. It's kind of like if you're, a police officer will find some way to pull you over if you're pissing them off.
Yeah, I'll say if that's any part of the NCAA's motivation, that's just shameful. That's ridiculous. These are, if they're not treating these as isolated incidents, then there's something wrong with the NCAA.
Yep. Yeah, I just don't know. I guess, yeah. So we've had a couple of people saying that you don't get the sideline signals in the all 22. So that's been a question all day. Like, how much can you see in all 22 film?
But you can. I mean, it doesn't always perfectly crop it out. And even some of the end zone cameras, some of the sky cameras, you can see signals a lot of the times from the sidelines. And yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know. So I as far as I'm concerned, we got to wait and see how involved this was. If this guy is acting alone, because he loves the program and he wants to try to help the program. But there's obviously, like Mark was saying, is there a lack of institutional control if he's doing this on his own, or was this a larger operation?
It doesn't even make sense that if he was doing this on his own, how would he even implement a way to gain an edge? Right. I mean, how much contact does Connor Stallions have? I mean, if he's just using it how would he even distribute the information for the team to get an edge? If he was
he's on the sidelines in the games, and apparently he's like watching for the opposing, like when they're doing their signals and then communicating that. So that's what I've read anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. So honestly, like it number one, it sounds like at least Michigan Man said, and I've been trying to find, did he give his computer to the NCAA? If the answer is yes, and he just willingly gave it, and this does, and they don't, I mean, I'm sure he didn't willingly give it because there's a ton of stuff on there that that's incriminating. He probably gave it because there's not much on there to find. At least that would be like my take on it. But we don't know. So we'll see. Apparently more evidence should be coming out in the next couple days on for video. NCAA should be receiving more video evidence apparently. So
I have a question. When did the story break out? Did it break out right? Because it seems to me from what I heard about this story right after the Michigan-Minnesota game. Did this story break out right around that time then, or who broke the story?
It was a few days later for me. I really didn't hear about this until Wednesday or so.
The 18th or 19th. So that would be Wednesday.
Apparently, it's been a source of rumor among Big Ten coaches for quite a while, though. Now it's been, so.
Okay.
I was not aware of this story until less than a week ago.
Okay. I just wanted to verify it because I heard about it through Fox 9, which is our local news channel here in Minnesota. That's how I heard it through. And I was like, Fox 9 is really good at reporting certain things, but they go overly exaggerate a lot of things. They were the ones that reported the old Mike Tice Minnesota Vikings sex boat thing that happened a long time ago. Yeah. And then they decided to go on another story Gopher hockey players were caught drinking at a bar. Wow, college kids caught drinking at a bar? Really? This is the story? Must be a slow news day. Yeah, that's the only reason why I asked.
Yeah. So with all this said, more to come. None of us here are lawyers, or we're all just trying to follow this as best we can.
I'm kind of a moron about legalities.
I'll be at the Ohio State Wisconsin game this weekend, and I will be with nothing but lawyers. About 5.
Hey, there you go. There you go.
Maybe I can. Maybe I can come back next week and report some.
John, I gotta come clean.
You're gonna be on. You could be on NBC Saturday night, John.
Yeah, what's up,
John? I gotta come clean. I gotta come clean, man. I'm sorry, but I was the second spyer on the grassy knoll. I was spying on games. Nobody knows about it. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So we got breaking news here.
They're probably going to come take my laptop. So
didn't need Stuart Mandel for this.
Now, did you wear a disguise in any way? Was there a mustache or goggles?
I was going to wear the Star Wars outfit, but I decided that would be too obvious. So I wanted to go as a hot dog, but I don't know.
I would feel like if you wore a Boba Fett, you could hide some very advanced recording equipment in there.
Sophisticated materials. Yeah. Just a reminder, everybody, when you're doing your shopping on Amazon, as many of us do from time to time, please go ahead and go to any description section. Mark Rogers, voice of college football, gets a couple of bucks. If you click on that, you do the same shopping as you would have been any other time. We also have our Patreon and Discord. So Patreon's $5. It starts at $5, and YouTube membership is $2.99. We have our 24/7 Discord chat. We have game watching sessions and parties. We have Mark releases his betting guide with a bunch of members of the media that give their predictions. So there's lots of stuff that goes on. And of course, the College Football After Dark. You can be on the Sunday night show with Exploring with Ben. And that's another perk. So check that out. And I think we're going to move on from this. I think we've talked enough about since 5 p.m. It's almost entirely been about this topic.
Yeah,
so
just want to say one last thing before you get in there. As a Buckeye fan, I'm not rooting for you guys to get dragged in any of this. I don't want there to be excuses for the last 2 years.
Yeah,
I don't like living in that world. You guys kicked our ass the last 2 years, and I'm more comfortable with that than coming up putting like a dashboard together about why we really should have beaten you guys. I despise all that talk. I don't like hearing that from Buckeye fans, and
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Minnesota Dave, were you going to say something?
Oh, I was. I had someone leave, and I was just waiting by it there. I'm sorry.
Cool. So on the topic of Ohio State, we're starting our week in review with a couple of games that happened, and obviously Ohio State beat Penn State, and it was a close score. But I would argue the game was nowhere near as close as what the final score indicated at all. And Sean, obviously, as a Buckeye, I want to give you first crack at this nut and this topic. So what was your take on this game and like what you were seeing on both sides?
I mean, Ohio State was had pure control of this game almost the whole way. Felt, their defense really stepped up. I mean, I think they were aided by some miscues. Penn State never got into a rhythm in this game, and that's partially due to good defense and just bad offense, bad preparation. But they coming into the game missing 3 very key players to show up and kind of dominate the game as they did. I think they show that they're for real. Either they are really for real and they're one of the elite teams in the country, or we were overrating Penn State the whole time. I think maybe a little bit of both are true.
Yeah, so let's go. Jackson, you want to make a comment on Ohio State, Penn State?
Man, there were so much missed opportunities from Penn State. I mean, at one point, I thought Penn State had that touchdown with a scoop and score from Curtis Jacobs, but unfortunately, there was a penalty on them. So it was like missed opportunity. Then you see the muff punt. Then you see the muff punt from Ohio State. Fumble, Penn State recovers. You would think Penn State would take advantage of that, but they didn't. And then to add insult to injury for the Nittany Lions, they were 1 of 16 in third down conversions. Now, you can't be having those kind of stats if you want to win a big game, especially in Columbus against the Ohio State Buckeyes. And now, with that loss, James Franklin is 1-9 versus Ohio State. He is now 0-10 on the road versus top 10, 2-12 on the road versus top 25 teams, and 1-12 versus top 5 teams.
Damn.
Yeah. Damn is right. Franklin. I'll tell you what. I hope
James Franklin, con artist.
Just
he can't win the big games, man. No matter what people try to say, he can't win the big game.
Wow.
People were saying this about Harbaugh a couple years ago too. His record up until
extremely true
was
I remember
against all top
everyone.
Harbaugh to say it. Yeah, he's had his issues too, but not recently, hasn't.
Yeah, it seems like it's going the opposite direction for Franklin than it was for Harbaugh. That's, I think, another thing to point out.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Jackson?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I remember prior to the 2021 season starting, everybody was down on Harbaugh, but the moment Michigan was able to slay the dragon that was Ohio State in Ann Arbor 2021, people have realized that he can win the big games just like he did at Stanford and at the 49ers. And, he's winning big games at Michigan again. Now we just got to see whether he can win a playoff game, but that's another topic for another day.
Yeah, or if it even will stand if he does win a playoff game now. So Minnesota Dave, did you have a chance to watch Ohio State, Penn State?
Unfortunately, I fell asleep at.
That's fair.
I work late hours and I was asleep around that time. And I didn't get up until 2, so I didn't get a chance to even. I was able to watch like the tail end of it, and that was basically it. Like the tail end of it.
That's fine. I'm coming back to you for the Minnesota game though, for sure.
That's gonna be fun to talk about.
I'm gonna have so much fun about that game. Believe me.
Moose, yeah.
I say Ohio State showed. They've been pretty vanilla. Their defense has been really good this year, but they were really vanilla in all their games before. They kind of, stayed in those, cover 2, keep everything in front of you. Not be afraid to let teams work their way down the field. Just don't give up the big important plays. And they gambled a little bit more in this game. Penn State didn't even come close to making them pay. And I wonder if that's something we're going to see more going forward because they showed a lot of different packages. They typically play with just 4 down linemen and 2 linebackers, which leaves the box a little tight, small, which I think contributes to their issues stopping the inside run earlier this year. And they were mixing a lot of things. They were showing a lot of different looks and filling those gaps a lot better in this game. And I know their final rushing stats weren't great, but they were effective enough on a lot of these drives. And they were a lot more creative in how they implemented their personnel in the running game this week too. So, we saw them pull out some tricks this week that, I'm sure we'll see again when they play Michigan.
Most, I tried telling everybody about Penn State. I'm just going to say that. I tried telling everybody.
I wasn't sipping the Kool-Aid just yet either. I will say Penn State, even though they lost, their defense really wasn't that bad. They actually played pretty solid.
Not at all. It was a good defense.
They made some good plays. Yeah, they made some good plays. But I think when I look back at the game and I watch it again, and I think the majority of it was on Drew Aller. I mean, he was awful. He did not look good at all. 18 of 43. Is that what he had? 18 of 43.
Yeah, I got it on screen here. Yeah.
He and some of those throws that he was making were throws that were very easy throws to make, and he was making them look like NFL throws, like they were difficult. And I was like, man, that's kind of scary. Like, because most quarterbacks can make those throws easily, and he was overthrowing people, and it did not look good. I don't know if he was having a bad day or.
Yeah, he was definitely off with his accuracy. Hurts him a little bit. I don't think this Penn State receiving core is up to the standards that they've had in recent years. I don't think they've got it. I mean, Ohio State was down their top corner too, and they still weren't winning a whole lot, weren't getting a lot of separation. It'd be interesting to see how different this game would be if you put Marvin Harrison on the other team. I mean,
Mark was saying that too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I mean,
he's next level, and well, not just him, but Cade Stover also. I thought Cade Stover and Tate were also, I think, real impact players because somebody had to step up with Igbukah out. And so, because Marvin, they're going to double MHJ all day long. They're going to try to double him. And so the fact that you also had, Stover's pretty automatic, and Carnell Tate kind of picking up some of that as well.
Yeah, but this was a very Harrison centered passing game this week.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's shown he can basically do it all. He can work within the offense and be fine catching 3 for 40 and making the offense go, or he can take over the game if that's what it dictates, if that's what it needs to be. And he did have a few drops this week. He's had like 6 drops the past couple weeks. He's still put up really good numbers, but that's a little bit if you're picking at nits because he's still just been unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean MHJ is probably going second in the draft, so like second overall. So I maybe third at like the absolute lowest. So I feel like he's such an impact player. If he was on the Penn State side, you're right, could be a very different game. I will say that the O-line, Ohio State's O-line looked pretty decent this game versus what I saw at the beginning of the year. I think that they've taken a step up.
Yeah, small caveat. Penn State did lose Chop Robinson for the game. Their excellent edge rusher in the second quarter.
That's fair.
He wasn't making a big impact up until that point, but he definitely could have. It definitely made things easier with him not on the field. And JTT, I don't know what it is. I mean, like whenever he sees those white helmets, I don't know. He just decides to ball out. He's like, I'm going to hunt me some Nittany Lion quarterback. And the rest of the time, hit and miss.
Yeah. Penn State is the reason I said I wasn't sold on Penn State to start this year wasn't that I didn't think they were going to win a lot of I think I had them at 9-3. Yeah. So it's not that I had them like super low. I just didn't think that they were going to win against the big teams. And so I had the losses at Ohio State, Iowa, which that one was real wrong. But Iowa, Ohio State, and Michigan. But, it's very possible that they Maryland gets them, or that they go 10-2. Or that maybe they run the table. It's very possible. But I just don't see, if they struggled this much against Ohio State's defense, which I would say is statistically number 2 in the country, when they play Michigan's, who's statistically number 1 in the country, I don't see it going better for them.
I don't think this was their A game, though, so don't think you can necessarily anticipate Aller being as off as he was this year, or you can get a better version than what they showed this week. I'd say I wouldn't sleep on that.
Yes, Argraw, you are right. I had that was my surprise. My every year I got to give a really bold pick, and I picked Iowa to beat Penn State before Iowa lost like half their offense to freaking injuries. And by the way, I honestly did think that they would use more Michigan 2021 concepts than they did. I thought that Cade and Eric All would come in and really work with Brian. I didn't think they would come and transfer in if it was going to be the same crap as last year. And unfortunately, that's not how it really played out. With a few exceptions, there were a few little wrinkles. Moose, you saw the one to Eric All that was that looked like 2021 Michigan, but for the most part, they've kind of stuck to the Iowa fecal matter.
It looked very similar to the Penn State game, and Eric All game-winning touchdown.
Yeah. So yes, I was off on that one, but I still maintain my general Penn State statement, and I think there's going to be some problems against Michigan. But we'll get there in a few weeks. So we're going to get to Michigan is going to be playing some opponents. Although by the way, Rutgers is now 6-2. So just saying.
And UNLV is having a pretty good season as well.
UNLV, Nebraska is now 4-3. Who saw that coming? I didn't.
But has Nebraska beaten anybody that's not just complete garbage? I mean,
hey, it's 4-3, man.
Yeah,
that's better than they've done since what, 2016 or 17?
Yeah, I'm really getting
2016
tired of
was the last time. Yeah, 2016 was the last time Nebraska went to a bowl game. So that's
Yeah,
was that
I'm really
under
getting
Bo
tired.
Pelini?
I'm getting tired of
no,
Michigan
that
hasn't
was
played with
Mike
anybody.
Riley in his second year.
Okay, well, I'm not saying Rutgers is a world beater by any means, but they're 6-2. They're already bowl eligible. They're not a bad team. They're a pretty solid team. And UNLV is 6-1.
They're an
They
okay.
beat Vanderbilt.
They were losing. They were also losing by 18 in the fourth quarter against Michigan State.
But to say they're a bad team is really you really haven't watched football.
I mean, they're okay. They're better. They're way better than they have been. But
I'm honestly, my mind is still blown that UNLV is 6-1 in football. I mean, that's a mind blower.
Yeah,
I guess players really love going to Vegas, huh?
Yeah, speaking of which, keeping to that conference, Air Force is really, really good team for an academy team that's
they've been very, very good for a long time. They're a consistent 9-10 win program.
Oh yeah. But this year, I feel that they can go undefeated.
Yeah, the Mountain West is down this year too.
Yeah,
typical strong programs like Boise State, San Diego State aren't close.
Oh, did you see
down's
that?
a nice way of putting Boise State. I mean, blowing a 20-point lead in the final 4 minutes of the game against Colorado State. Good grief. That's a fireable offense right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see that the Nevada freaking San Diego game? 6-0.
But I heard about it though.
Yeah, I saw like the ending of I thought it was the beginning of the game. I looked at the score, and then I looked at it again. Wait, it's the fourth quarter. It's 6-0. Wow, how bored can you have to be to watch this?
What game was that? That was 6-0.
Nevada, San Diego.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's what you put on when you're taking a nap. Yeah.
There's another old Michigan head coach doing great things.
Well, Minnesota Dave, we're on to the controversial win. And I've heard the Iowa perspective, and now I want to hear the Minnesota perspective. Minnesota 12, Iowa 10 was Cooper DeJean. Was that a fair catch or wasn't it a fair catch? Let's hear it.
According to the referees, it was a fair catch, so I'm going to go for the fair catch. Whatever. I mean, I'll be honest with you, and I will be honest with you. If it happened to the Gophers, I would be pissed. I would be irate.
That's fair. That's honest.
Yeah, okay, if it happened to the Gophers, I would be irate, but it didn't happen to the Gophers. And second of all, if you ask me, like I said, if you ask me, I would be upset. If you ask me if I care about the feelings of Iowa fans over this, I do not give a fuck. Do not give a fuck about what they feel right now. Smoke some pot and eat some food or something like that. Tip some cows over. Do whatever you need to do to calm yourself down from this, Iowa. You're going to enjoy this loss for a couple of years to come. Especially if we especially if we change around and start winning against Iowa, and constantly start winning against Iowa.
Well, looking at the stats here, man, I mean, you want to talk about an old school Big Ten defensive game. I mean, both quarterbacks had under 130 yards passing. There wasn't even that much running going. I mean, there was some running, but yeah, it was very defense heavy, which I kind of figured it would be, but not to this extent.
Oh, it looked like it really felt like a high school football game more than a college football game. Like the drops, the throws are bad. Everything was bad in this game. The only great offensive player that we would be talking about if it wasn't for the controversial punt return that didn't happen would be Daniel Jackson's wide receiving performance. He caught 7 passes for 101 yards. He was Minnesota's offense that day.
They had 126 passing yards, and he had 101 yards.
He had 101 yards. He passed the ball 25 times. There was only 10 catches, and he caught 7 of them. The other 3 were screen passes to the running back.
Spanford didn't have a single catch.
Oh, he dropped one. He dropped what would have been an obvious, easy first down. Yeah, he dropped one pass. He was targeted once, and he dropped it. It was literally in his hands, and he dropped it. I mean, that sums up this whole entire game. Personally, I felt, especially in the second half, that Minnesota deserved to win. It wasn't for the, again, controversial punt call, but I'll be honest with you. I was talking to Hawkeye of the Storm, and what happened was, for me, it was really weird. I had a rolling blackout right after the punt return happened.
Oh, wow.
A rolling blackout. It was like for 2 minutes. I didn't know who won or anything. The game didn't come on. Yeah. And then finally, finally, of course, my electricity finally came on. The blackout was over. And I looked at, ESPN, because finally once your internet starts booting up, your phone is easy to get to first before your TV. I got to the phone, and I looked at my phone first, and I'm like, wait, it's still 12 to 10? Is this is ESPN Gatecast that far behind? And then I turn on the TV, and Iowa has the ball, but the touchdown's off the board. And I watched, literally all I saw was the sack that brought him back, and then the Wally's interception, which was basically thrown to him. And I did not know about the controversial until I got on Hawkeye of the Storm just to just to basically, troll Iowa fans. And I'd always done that with Corey.
Yeah, Corey was going off, man. Corey was.
He was belligerent. He was belligerent, and he was the voice of every Iowa football fan that day. Not taking into account though that his offense is wretchedly horrible.
Yeah, you can't complain about losing this game when you put it that pitiful, and when you do it every week.
Especially when your touchdown is literally given to you. Yeah. Minnesota committed 4 penalties on one drive that cost them a touchdown. 2 of those penalties were third down penalties. Whether Minnesota could have gotten the ball back, or Wisconsin at least could have kicked a field goal, and then see what would have happened. And then his whole entire the thing I get mad about Corey was okay, you had a minute and a half, and you had the ball, and you think that this whole game relied on your punt return. You still had the ball for a minute and a half. You weren't able to move it at all, the whole entire time. If all they needed were where they spotted the ball originally, it was just maybe inside the 40. Get inside the 40, you have a great chance of winning the game because you're a great kicker that has that win at his back.
Yeah, they had to move it about 15 yards. I mean, that's just But I will say, the one complaint I will have, I thought it was one of the weirdest calls ever. My major complaint is it appears that they overturned this call based on something that wasn't actually eligible to be overturned on review, the fair catch signal. Like they're not actually able to go back and retroactively determine that a receiver fair caught the ball.
Well, they've done that before. They've done that before. You know, I'm sorry, but like when Minnesota had a couple of years back, they were playing Colorado State, and it was a sunny day, and you know, it was one of those early games that would have been noon around their time, probably 1:30 Central Time, and the sun's out, and the punt returner hands his hand up to cover, to cover his face from the sun, and he puts it down, and then he gets the ball, and then he runs into the end zone. They called that one back because they said he did a fair catch call. It wasn't a fair catch call. He was putting his hand over his eyes.
Okay, that's a slightly different interpretation than this. I mean, I don't think anyone's ever saying that. I mean, that's like a misinterpretation of a player's action. That can't happen.
Yeah.
This, I think they're just saying, like, no one's claiming that DeJean meant to call a fair catch. It's just that signal automatically caused the ball dead upon recovery, right? Mm-hmm. So it's a slightly different situation than that. But my whole point was they initially reviewed it to see if he was out of bounds. You could see clearly from the replays that he never touched the white line. Mm-hmm. He stayed in bounds the whole way. And then they added this element. This signal kind of looks like he's which to me, I don't understand how that can be interpreted as a fair catch. Just because you're calling your return coverage unit away from the ball doesn't mean you're going to fair catch it. I don't see that logical leap at all.
Yeah, well,
so I don't know how the rule actually is written.
Remember, it's invalid. So for them, they could probably use anything that looks like a wave could be like interpreted as invalid. The reason why I want to get back to the early part of that play, the only way I could probably say when the refs went back and reviewed it is, first of all, you review every touchdown that's scored, and second of all, I've seen this before. Maybe they don't call a penalty or anything like that. Maybe they should have called something right away if they thought was maybe something. All right. Mm-hmm. Or maybe they thought, okay, maybe this is something with the way he's waving his hand. We'll let it go for now and then have review decide what's going on. And, it sucks for Iowa, but again, I don't care.
Yeah, Jackson.
I will say I had a lot of mixed feelings. I didn't know whether to be sad, happy, or shocked on that punt return. But I was pretty excited. But then when it was overturned, I was just like, I had a lot of mixed feelings on that because it was just holy crap. But now that Minnesota has slayed the dragon, that's the Iowa Hawkeyes, they have now ended an 8-game losing streak, and they've won losing streak,
and they haven't won in Iowa since
1999, and it's the first time since
Biscuit was popular.
I was 20 in 1999. Wow, that's a long time ago.
We were still talking about presidents getting
yeah.
Yeah.
Good times.
Those were different in times.
Yeah. I mean, PJ Fleck couldn't be able to beat Iowa for a few years, but now he's got his first win. So I mean,
there you go.
Yeah,
that's a big win. But my question also
row the boat.
Exactly. My question is, what's this exactly do for the Big Ten West? Because now, like, Wisconsin's now half a game ahead of Iowa, and Minnesota has that win over Nebraska.
Iowa still controls their destiny, and they don't play any of the big dogs the rest of the way. But they can. What?
Minnesota wasn't. No offense to you, Dave. Minnesota's not exactly a big dog, but Iowa blew it against Minnesota.
No. I mean, they can blow it against anybody. I mean,
true.
When your two best offensive weapons are your punt returner and your punter. I mean,
yeah, punting is winning.
Yeah,
punting is winning.
That's it. All that we care about.
I mean, you're not lying.
Yeah.
And but I will say that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will say that. Oh, go ahead.
I'll say Iowa reminds me of those old Desert Storm Arizona defenses, teams where they had great defense, awful offense, just awful.
Some of those Michigan State teams the last decade, I remember too, had like the 2018 team. They were tremendous defensively, terrible offensively. Wisconsin a couple years ago too.
Mm-hmm.
Level though, their offensive ineptitude is historic. You look at Deacon Hill's passing numbers since he's taken over for. You have to do a double take. They're so ungodly bad.
Yeah. Someone said in the chat that Wisconsin needs to beat Ohio State. I just don't see that. I think it's going to be a blowout.
Yeah, Wisconsin does need to beat Ohio State to get to. I guess Wisconsin technically has control of their destiny.
In Iowa, in Iowa from Saturday's game, they've had 127 total yards on offense. That is not good. So, I mean, something's got to change at Iowa, but the question is, are they going to?
Not only that, Wisconsin probably should have lost to Rutgers. I mean, if their quarterback didn't throw a pick six, Rutgers is in that game, man. Rutgers probably could have won that game.
So set the stage here. The Buckeyes are going to Camp Randall on Hollow Weekend, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Could there be something spooky going on in Camp Randall? Ohio State's favored by 14.5. Sean, after coming off the Penn State game, what do you think?
It will be miserable in there if they're even in the game in the fourth quarter and I have to endure that fucking jump around. Yeah. And the thing is, that's like one of my favorite songs of all time. But I will not be happy. I will not be celebrating that unless we're up by.
Oh, hey, did you guys ever see the 2001 Minnesota-Wisconsin game that year? When Minnesota won the game, all the fans rushed the field, and the announcer goes, "Hold on, may I have your attention, please?" And he plays "Jump Around" after we won.
No,
well, Minnesota's had Wisconsin's number in the past couple years.
Yeah. I'll say this about this game coming up. This hangover effect in college football seems pretty real. I mean, we saw Washington host a trash Arizona State team and maybe need some officiating help to get out of there with a win.
John, what about Colorado fans storming the field when they beat Colorado State in overtime?
Hey, sometimes you achieve your dreams. You achieve your dreams, and you got to celebrate.
You storm the field when you beat somebody that's ranked higher than you. Don't storm the field when you beat Colorado State in overtime.
To be fair, didn't Michigan storm the field when we beat Army in 2019? Like,
oh my god!
You guys didn't storm the field when you beat Colorado
You guys
State
shouldn't
last
be
year?
storming the
We
field
did?
after beating
We
Army.
did, John. I don't remember
I'm
that.
pretty sure because it was
Oh my
like one of
God,
those
that's embarrassing.
weird over. Well, it was one of those
Yeah.
weird over like double
We did
overtime games.
yeah.
Yeah, we were very excited,
We
and
believe,
yeah,
baby. Go Buffalo.
yeah, gotta believe.
And I don't know. I honestly wonder if that win saved Harbaugh's job. If that 2019 season could have gone like really bad for you guys. Yeah. No, but I think the hangover effect is real. Wisconsin's not very good, so I personally am not real worried about that. And I wonder if the team has that same mindset at all. And maybe there's a little bit of trouble. I mean, you're going up against a backup quarterback, an extremely one-dimensional team offensively who, I don't know, they're not elite defensively like they have been in the past. This should be a fairly simple business trip. But, you never know if you just treat it like,
Gizmo.
hey, puppy.
Gizmo, what do you think about these states of events here? No, but
Reggie.
yeah, right. Maybe we didn't storm the field, but I recall a lot of celebrating.
Oh yeah, there was a lot. I remember.
I'm pretty. If we didn't storm the field, there was definitely like way too much celebrating for beating Army.
I gotta look that up. Against Army. Oh my god.
Yeah, look up like what happened after the game. If we didn't storm the field, at least there was a lot of jumping around, a lot of excitement. Because Stan was at the game, so he said he doesn't remember it. So maybe I'm mixing it up, but I remember something. But anyway, so that was kind of my big Week 9 preview. Does anybody else have a game they're excited about for Week 9 that they want to talk about?
Well, the same thing. I mean, I want to see Ohio State kill Wisconsin.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure they will.
Need it to happen, but then the week I think the second to the last week Minnesota has to go to Ohio State. So yeah, that won't be pretty either. So
yeah, the rest of this Big Ten slate looks pretty uninteresting, I guess.
Looks sloppy.
Yeah. That's why I kind of picked that one game.
I noticed Gizmo noped out of that conversation. He's
yeah,
like, nope.
yeah. Gizmo's like, I've had enough. Yeah, that's
yeah.
So we can
Purdue, Nebraska should be a competitive game. Like that.
I'll be honest.
Good. That should be a good game.
I'll be honest. I want to see if Nebraska can win against Purdue, which they should. It's not so much the game itself. It's just I want to see if Nebraska can be 7-3 going into Wisconsin.
Nebraska has a better defense. I'll take Nebraska on that one.
Here's the thing. I think these two teams are like completely opposite. I think Purdue's a well-coached, disciplined, sort of overachieving team, even though they're 2-5. I think they're. I mean, I think they're about as good as they can be.
They're the best 2-5 team in the nation.
Yeah. Sorry, Sparty. And Nebraska, I don't know. I mean, like I see them find ways to lose all the time. Just shoot.
I'm thinking that's changing with Matt Rule, honestly. I'm thinking that's going to change with Matt Rule. But I will say, what did everybody think about that Wisconsin-Illinois game? I mean, that was a little bit overshadowed by Iowa-Minnesota. I saw a little bit of it on Matthew Love's Ball, and it was a fantastic comeback by Wisconsin, although you shouldn't be having to make a comeback against Illinois.
Yeah, you got to win that game.
Illinois found a little life here in the middle of the season, huh? A little mid-season juice. They looked really dead the couple games.
Either that or Wisconsin's just gotten really bad.
No, but
that might be a combination.
But they had a really good
defense is actually pretty decent. But other than that,
didn't Wisconsin have
good.
to come back to beat Illinois? Yeah, they were losing in that game. They had to come back.
Yeah, 18-point fourth quarter comeback.
That's why I think Ohio State's going to crush them because I don't think Wisconsin. I think they're mid at best. I don't think they're that good of a team.
No, they're not.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you gotta beat Illinois if you're Wisconsin. They did what they were supposed to do. The fact that they had to come back, not ideal. But yeah, it's not like Illinois has nobody that's talented on their team. It's just they've taken a pretty massive downgrade from last year. So if this was last year and there was that type of performance for Wisconsin to come back, then I'd be more impressed.
I think it's between Michigan State and Illinois for the worst team in the Big. I think it's one of those two teams.
It's Northwestern to me.
Northwestern too. I forgot about Northwestern.
Yeah. Michigan State's
Those
going
three are
through
the
it
worst.
right now. I don't know.
Michigan State's they've noped out of 2023.
Yeah.
They had a couple decent showings against Iowa and Rutgers. Like they had leads going into the fourth quarter of both of those games.
Oh, everybody's going to have a decent showing against Iowa. That's nothing to brag about. If it was somebody like Penn State or Ohio State or Michigan, we're talking.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying against sort of the mid-level against sort of like the second-level Big Ten teams, they've shown decent performance. I mean, they're not good. But
Sparty's our next game for the Gophers.
Yep. That should be a very boring game. No offense, Dave, but
that's okay. I'll have a nice time in the sun.
The line on that is 7, and that sounds about right. This looks like about a 17-10.
One question I have.
What?
Is there a hangover effect of Minneapolis, Minnesota in that game?
It could be. I mean, we did lose to Northwestern, so
said, hey, we got the pig. We don't care about anything else.
Yeah, it's pig in it.
That's it.
Bacon. Got some bacon. Bacon.
Bradley Brown recommends as a punishment for Michigan, Michigan should be forced to rehire Rich Rodriguez. So there you go.
I believe that is a violation of the 8th Amendment to the Constitution.
I would rather walk on hot coals than get Rich Rodriguez.
Yeah, that would be cruel and unusual punishment, I think, for the Wolverines. So our segment, I didn't hear no bell. Everybody gets to talk about their team from week 8 and what they're expecting for their upcoming game. Dave, we've already kind of covered Minnesota a lot, but any other thoughts about what you expect from them coming up?
Well, I'm expecting, basically, like I said before, I don't expect anything from this division. I really just be 1-0, like PJ Flex says. Just be 1-0 in the Michigan State season. Just be 1-0 in the Michigan State season. That's what you need to do.
Absolutely. How about Moose? So we covered Michigan a lot earlier, but we haven't really talked about the 49-0 shellacking of our second biggest rival. And they suck this year, but it's still I have to say, rivalry games.
That game was rated R.
Yeah.
and John, here's a scary part about that game.
Yeah.
If Michigan starters were still kept in the game, they could have won by at least 77-0 at least.
Well, they were up 28-0 at halftime. You're saying they would have done that much better in the second half? They would have scored 49.
Well, listen, they took a touchdown away on the last play. That could have been 35-0 there.
Okay, I didn't.
But he jumped. They had a 10-second runoff. In the second half, when did they take their starters out, John? About midway through the third.
Midway through the third, yeah. Yes,
They could have won by
Cornelius
70 or 77 at least.
Cornelius was in for one more play, for one more series, but that was it.
Yeah, they rotated like everybody in but like one player on the roster. That's crazy.
To be fair, State started substituting a lot of their guys out at that point too. They had that Levitt came in at quarterback there.
Not when Michigan was doing it though. Maybe in the fourth, but not.
Yeah. I mean, like early in the fourth, they kind of pulled all their guys out too.
I mean, our fourth string quarterback ran for a touchdown on him. So I mean, it was bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was the beatdown. I was really pissed too because I went out with a buddy to a sports bar in Grand Rapids, and you had Clemson, Miami in a dogfight. You had Oregon, Washington State playing a good game in a battle. Well, actually, that was a little bit earlier. There were a few other ones. Yeah, you had USC, Utah going on, and every single station in the bar was on the Michigan State game, and I asked them if they could possibly change to any other game. Said, no, we've got this is one time we have to have every single TV on this game. I'm like, geez.
Wow,
it's like it's 35-0.
It's a shellacking, yeah.
This game is dead. You can't change one TV to something else.
So we do.
That's happened to me before at Michigan too. Same game too. I wanted to watch the Notre Dame and BYU game back when Notre Dame had a chance to go for the national championship 2012, and the Michigan State game was on. And I was in Michigan, and nobody would have wanted to put it on the Notre Dame game, and I'm like, God dang it, come on.
Yeah.
Hummus, fellow Buckeye of yours, Sean, but Hummus says beating Sparty by that margin isn't that special. Remember 2021 Sparty versus Ohio State. It was 42-0 at half, and that was the Sparty team that won the Peach Bowl with Kenneth Walker. Yes, you guys.
Well, he got taken out of that game very early. He hardly played it, but yeah, that was Sparty's a bad matchup for us the past few years because they have had one of the worst pass defenses in the country, and we can chuck it.
It's very true. We do have Michigan Man and Michigan Man. If you want to give, so we're doing currently. I didn't hear no bell, and we're talking about our team's performance last week. So if you want to give kind of your take on what you saw against Michigan State, feel free.
Well, I saw the best team in the country, but look, have you guys talked about the, I saw that look up there. Have you guys talked about the rule thing? Have you guys talked about this?
No, we haven't touched on it at all.
No, only for the last 3.5 hours. So we finally moved on.
Okay, word. I was just gonna say, man, real quick, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
Look, if there's any connection between the staff and the coaching staff and Connor Stallions, repercussions need to be handed down 100%. But here's the thing. There's a chance here, I told Mark this, that actually no rule was broken.
Yep. Well,
I don't know if you heard me earlier, John. So
I heard,
when it comes to filming, right? It's only on the field that it's not allowed. You can filming all that rule, the Article 11 rule is only on. It's only prohibit. All that stuff is only prohibited on the field. When it comes to staff members, only staff members, people employed, volunteer or not, employed by the school, cannot attend these games. So I need someone to explain to me. Now, we don't know the extent of it, but on the face of it right now, from what we know, how was the rules broken?
Well, I think they're saying like he could have you're not allowed to actually send anybody to scout a team in person.
No, that's not the rule.
That's not the rule. Up there. This is right here. I mean, unless
it's not the rule. It's only people. It's only the team, the staff.
But I mean, you think the NCAA is going to care? Like if they just sort of,
they might not. They might say screw it. But my point here is, if you go by the written rule, nothing was broken. Period.
Well, I've got it here.
I mean,
I've got it here. Here's the thing. It's what is scouting and who counts as a scout and who doesn't. And that's the part that I think it's the NCAA. If it's left to their devices, they're probably going to lean on, hey, if this guy brings a bunch of his buddies to the games and buys tickets for them on StubHub, and then they go and they film the whole game on the side, like film the home team sideline or whatever. Like, yeah, I think there's enough gray. I feel like that, like they'll probably lean towards punishment. Again, I don't know exactly how this is all going to go down and exactly what they have and what they're still collecting, but yeah, I think they'll probably lean towards that. This guy.
Well, if all they have is a video of a guy filming the sideline that's not on the staff, and they don't actually have the video that's sent to the staff member, all they have is the video of the person that's not on staff filming the sideline. The rule's not broken. They don't have proof of the rule being broken. All they have is Connor Stallions buying a ticket for a friend/family member filming the game from the stands. That's not breaking any rules. What would break the rule is if they found, I don't even know if this would break the rule, but this would be worse, is if they found a connection of the video that was being filmed being sent to Connor Stallions and then from there being sent through the staff. But if all they have is video of a friend or family member on in the stands filming, which isn't against the rules, is not against the rules, filming the field from whatever vantage point they have. At that point, the NCAA is just inferring punishment, I guess, is what I guess that would be, because there'd be no proof there of any rule being broken.
Does this bylaw say anything about the person having to be a paid member of the staff?
If you read all the rules, and me and Mark talked about this, all the rules are under the premise of staff. Under the premise of staff,
then you can outsource anything you want.
Yeah.
Well, no, the problem when you start enforcing it on the public, and me and Mark talked about this, you can't enforce certain rules on the public. Like if I bought a ticket for 10 family members and they filmed it on the sideline or they filmed it in the stands, how do you enforce that on the public? That's the issue. But it's not. But either way, the rules clearly states that all the rules pertain to only staff members.
Yeah, but Michigan Bear has a point, because let's say that guy bought a ticket to the game, but he ends up not going and he lets a family member go. The ticket's still going to be in his name, but it's going to be her ticket. So that's what he's trying to say. Like if she went and recorded it, he can't get in trouble.
And the other problem is if they don't have the actual video that was sent, and all they have is a video of someone filming the game, is that enough?
Probably. I mean,
explain that to me.
Because it's pretty clear evidence if you can see someone.
Is it though?
Okay, if you can see someone in those seats.
Okay.
Directly against the sidelines of their opponents,
So you're guessing at that point.
I mean, because no one films the sidelines, right? No one's filming the sidelines.
How do you? No, I agree. Look, I think they were scouting. I didn't make that clear. They were totally scouting for the guy. They were. I'm not even arguing that. My argument is if all they have is someone in the stands, I doubt they got the row right behind. They probably, let's say they were in row 30 and they got someone in his seats filming the game from that vantage point, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And all they have is that. How can if the NCAA made a ruling based on that, they're not basing it off of proof. They're basing it off of an inference. They're guessing. Look, clearly he's scouting, but we don't have any tangible evidence that that whatever they filmed was sent to the staff. All they have is that person's in the stands filming. And again, that's by the written rule. They're not breaking a rule. They're bending the rule 100%, but they're not breaking the rule. I should be a lawyer.
I don't think the NCAA is going to have any.
Yeah, the NCAA don't care. I'm just theorizing.
But I mean, like the NCAA to me will be even more pissed if something like that gets brought up as a defense. Well, they weren't members of the staff.
But that's the rule, though.
It's
I mean, look, here's my thing. When anybody writes a rule, right, and someone finds a loophole in the rule because in the rule it says this applies to staff only, this doesn't apply to anybody else. How can you be mad at the person who didn't break the rule and just found a loophole? How can you be mad? How can you fault that? How can you fault that?
All right, y'all. We've done this topic to death. The fact is, we don't. There's a lot we still don't know. What we'll probably do is cover this a little bit more tomorrow on Michigan Wolverines Live, and then when we find out more, we'll probably bring it to you on Mark Rogers' Voice of College Football throughout the week. So back to I Didn't Hear No Bell, and I actually want to hear from Jackson. Let's hear from a like an SEC perspective. Even though it's a Big Ten show, we have our buddy Jackson from the Jacksonian. How do you think Alabama's doing?
Oh, we look like a pretty good second half team. I mean, scoring 27 unanswered points. I was pretty worried in the first half, but I will say I was pretty happy to see little to none penalties except one. There was one penalty, but you know what? I'll take it. I'm just tired of seeing a bunch of penalties. But we got to keep that momentum up against LSU. But in the meantime, we're sitting and chillaxing this Saturday with sunglasses and tanning, getting ready.
Still 7-1.
Yeah. Jackson, that was a good win. I actually picked Miami over Tennessee. A lot of people were picking Tennessee in that game. I knew Bama was going to win.
I thought it was going to be a little closer, but that scooping score, I love the scooping score from Campbell. That was my favorite touchdown right there. That clinched the ball game right there. I mean, I begin to wonder if there's comparisons between the 2023 game and the 1979 game of the Alabama-Tennessee rivalry, where Alabama was down in the first half, but then they made that second half comeback and shut down the Tennessee Volunteers. Same thing happened this Saturday.
I actually said 34-24 Bama. They won 34-20. That's pretty good.
Wow.
Yeah. Jackson, I think a lot of people, like in modern days, don't really understand what a rivalry Alabama-Tennessee is. There's a reason why Tennessee's their protected crossover, and they play them every year. Can you illuminate that a little bit?
What'd you say, Sean?
Can you illuminate, the Big Ten plebes on why this is such a
Well, the Alabama-Tennessee has a lot of history. I mean, there's a lot of history involving like Robert Nealon and Bear Bryant. I mean, Bear Bryant played hurt in one of the 1930s, which I believe that was 1934. So there's plenty of historical games from Alabama-Tennessee. 1966 was one of them where Kenny Stabler led Alabama to an 11-point comeback in the fourth quarter. That's one of my favorite games. But unfortunately, that game kept Bama out from a three-peat that year. But there's plenty of other games I could go on, but I'm not going to be hijacking the show with the history of the Alabama-Tennessee rivalry.
Jackson, the way I'd say it is, if this was any other head coach, they'd be struggling so hard right now.
Correct.
I really do think that this is another example of how Nick Saban just has this ability to corral a team into a winning team, even if there's quarterback questions and there's you don't have the level like a Gibbs type or an Ingram type or all you don't
Calvin
have that.
Amari Cooper, yeah.
Yeah, you don't. But it doesn't matter because you still only have one loss on the board.
Yeah, but like we'll have to work on protecting our quarterback a little more. We need to do that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So that is the thing.
I have a question for you, Jackson. Is Tennessee your second biggest rival?
Yes.
Then okay. So it's kind of like what Michigan and Michigan State is, and what Iowa and Minnesota are. Like they're those second biggest rivals.
Yes. Like if I had to pick two teams for Alabama's schedule annually, it'd be Auburn, Tennessee, and for the rest of the ACC opponents, you can do what you want. I don't care.
All right, Sean, you're up for your team performance. Obviously, we've already talked a lot about Ohio State and the game last week and the game coming up. But general thoughts on what you're seeing and what you want to see.
This team gets better every week. The weaknesses are getting shored up. The coaching staff's doing a really good job. I think both in player development and in scheming. And these next few weeks should just almost be a tune-up. I said probably going into the season, this is really a 3-game season, and now we're 2-0. So now we've got another 4 games to it sounds arrogant, but I can't even imagine these games being too much of a sweat. But there's a lot that can be accomplished in all of them. I want to see some more playmakers emerge on offense. Fleming's been a little bit of a disappointment this year. I want to see us continue to develop, a running game out of our base offense, and I want to see Kyle McCord. The biggest thing I want to see McCord develop more consistency with his accuracy, because I think for this team to be really elite, we need to be elite passing the ball. That needs to be our bread and butter, our strength. And I don't know if right now he's good enough to make that happen. I think he can get there, but
Yeah.
So,
MHJ, there's people in chat who could throw a ball to MHJ and he could catch it.
Oh yeah. He gets separation and everything else. And everything else is just minor. And stay healthy. We haven't done a good job of that this year. So get right.
When's Ibuka coming back? Do you know?
He should be back this week.
Oh, okay, good. So it's not terrible. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think it was a soft tissue injury. It was more like a sprain. So, but Ohio State is very clandestine about injury information. But everything is just breadcrumbs. So
lower body, upper body. That's it. That's all you get.
Yep.
Fleming isn't getting the ball thrown his way enough. He's been open multiple times, so there's another.
Well, I'd be curious. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'd be curious if a team actually tries doing a Belichick thing where you put your first best corner on the second or third best wide receiver, and you put your second best corner on Marv, and you double or bracket him, because McCord is throwing to him like 15, 16 times a game.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just like to see a team try it. Make McCord not go to him right away. Make him sit in the pocket longer. See what he does.
The cheat code for that is Cade Stover right now this year. He's been a matchup nightmare all year. He's been in fact, maybe McCord's leaned on Stover a bit too much at times, especially early in
I would argue he hasn't leaned on people enough. When you're throwing to one receiver 15, 16 times a game, let's say you have 26 attempts in a game.
But coverage dictates
15
that.
of those are going to one guy.
Penn State also trusted a matchup. They have an amazing corner, maybe the best corner in the country, and he just couldn't hang this game.
That's what I'm saying, though. This is what Belichick likes to do. He doesn't put the best corner on the best receiver. He puts the best corner on the second or third best receiver. He puts the second best corner on the best receiver, and he doubles that. So he leaves the second best guy on your best receiver, and he doubles or brackets him. That's what I would like to see a team do. Don't do it one-on-one. Put double and bracket Marv and make McCord have to go somewhere else. If McCord starts beating you that way, fine, live with it. But don't let him throw that way 15, 16 times again.
All right. With all that said, I think we're ready for final thoughts on where can people find you. And we'll start with, since we finished with Sean, we'll start with Sean. Final thought for everybody, and where if you want to share where people can see it.
Yeah, no socials as typical, but no, not much to expand on with this.
Okay.
Just one last thought on the big issue that everyone wants to talk about. It's just take a deep breath, be patient. Let the circumstances play out. I mean, the range of potential outcomes for Michigan, it could be very small, the punishment you have to pay, and it could be very significant, and it could mean the loss of several people's jobs. Possible. I mean, we just don't know enough at this point, and that's
very true.
Yep. So everyone wants to fire hot takes. The second a story's hot, but that's really not the responsible thing to do.
Either way, it's going to be a 30 for 30 at some point.
This Harbaugh's life is a 30 for 30, man. That guy that guy is one of a kind. I don't know if I haven't shared this before, but my grandparents were actually like good friends for a while with Harbaugh's parents.
Wow.
They lived in when they lived in Xenia, Ohio.
Oh crap!
Yeah, my mom's right around Harbaugh's age, and she said he was a pretty obsessive, like competitive, driven kid, even at that age. So even 7 years old, just like he was a maniac, kind of a brat, kind of a spoiled little child, which he's displayed symptoms of into his 50s, to be honest. So. Yeah.
Listen, folks, people want to talk about the sleepover, but it worked. Quinn Nordine flipped from Penn State to Michigan.
Yeah, he's from he went to my rival high school, Quinn Nordine. He's hate the Rockford Rams. Go East Kentwood. Go East Kentwood, alma mater of Mozzie Smith.
There you go. All right, Sean. Well, thanks for stopping by Big Ten Live.
Sean, if I see you in the next few days, or if I see Sean on like the After Dark Sunday night, I need to remind myself to ask him about the stories of Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, dude, go for it.
That would be
Jackson, final thought, and where can people find you?
Well, I will say the Big Ten West race is looking a little complicated, but I think we'll know a little bit about it come mid-November, especially after the Nebraska-Wisconsin game. Now,
it just comes down to Wisconsin, Minnesota. That's all it's going to come down to.
Yeah, I could see that, but I don't know if Minnesota's going to be getting through Ohio State.
Well, yeah, they don't have to beat Ohio State. They just need Iowa to lose one more game, and then they actually I think they have controlled their destiny over Iowa. So
well, yeah, but like I'm looking at the rest of Iowa's schedule, and I know they got Rutgers and Nebraska on there, and
those are going to be tough games for them to win.
Yeah, I mean Rutgers having their best season in a few years from. This is their best season since a few years back.
Ever. Probably in a long, long time. I mean, they're happy if they just get bowl eligible.
Well, actually, their best season ever was 2006.
They haven't been bowl eligible since what, 2013?
Yeah,
they weren't.
Since they joined the since he joined the conference, I think the first year, that was the first year they were bowl eligible, and that was it.
Yeah.
I think they only won 2 games in conference.
Yeah. But I will say that's my final thoughts for tonight. And tomorrow night, I have episode 14 of the Jacksonian with Tony Altimore, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 7:30 p.m. Central Time, where we discuss the latest hit new ebook from Tony Altimore, Deja Vu, Rise and Fall of the Pac-12 and PCC. And what I'm going to do is show the link of the book, and you can get it. And it's an amazing read, let me tell you.
There it is.
Some great stories that we'll be talking about tomorrow night. And you can also find me on YouTube trying to get the 500 subs. I'm ready to get there, and then get to 1,000. And it's at Jackson Johnson 979. And you can find me on Twitter, where I just kind of run my mouth about everything under the sun.
There you
and
go.
You can also find me on Instagram and Threads, where I also kind of run my mouth about everything under the sun. And tomorrow night's going to be a blast.
Yep, and all the links are in chat, so everybody follow Jackson.
I appreciate it, man. And John, thank you for having me on the Ocho, and it's fun as always. And I'm looking forward to seeing what's going on with the rest of the crazy college football world.
There you go, Jackson. All right, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for having me on.
All right, Minnesota Dave.
Hey, all right. Well, I don't know what else to really say, except for, it's one game at a time for the Gophers. That's really what it comes down to. I mean, like I said, the West is up for grabs. Anybody can basically win it, especially if you have 2 wins right now. Anybody can beat anybody. I know it's been what we've been saying for years and years, but I just want to basically wave is this a legitimate buy or illegitimate buy? I don't know. What how am I waving this? Is this legitimate or illegitimate? But yeah, have a nice day, guys.
All right, bye, Minnesota Dave. Okay, and last but certainly not least, the 2 leaders and best. Okay, those who stayed. We've got. We'll start with Michigan Man. Final thought, and where can people find you?
Final thought, man. Let's see where this investigation goes. Either way, it's gonna be a 30 for 30. I'm letting you know that right now. Either this is like some mafia from the top down. Everyone was getting videos, and there's a trail, or it's gonna go. This is gonna be the line. This is gonna be the headline of this 30 for 30. Michigan found a way to cleverly bend the rules, not break the rules, to gain an advantage.
That sounds like a long title, though.
Yeah, I gotta figure that one out.
Can you imagine? You got to shorten that a little bit.
Yeah. Or how about this one? Michigan shows the lack of writing integrity in the NCAA bylaws.
Okay.
Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna see what it goes. I don't think it's gonna lead to any vacated wins. In 2021, the NCAA actually tried to remove this rule, citing that it provides no competitive advantage. So I don't know how you can vacate wins when you don't even think it provides a competitive advantage. That's that. Michigan's clearly the best team in the country. I mean, I don't even know how you make argument. Yeah, if you want to say, because we know all your plays, that's fine. Go ahead, say it. I don't even care, man. Either way, we the best team in the country. I'm gonna stay neutral. I'm gonna take the evidence as it comes, and we'll go from there. But other than that, man, go blue. We'll see what happens.
There you go. All right, thanks for stopping by, Michigan Man. Go blue. And last but not least, we got Moose. Final thought for us?
Yeah, you can catch me on Twix, and you can also catch me on YouTube if you want to subscribe. That'd be great. Don't have a lot to talk about as my final thought, but I will say that somebody is leading in the Heisman race, and it's not Caleb Williams. It's J.J. McCarthy. Imagine that. And also, somebody's leading in the odds to win the national championship, John. And guess what? It's not Georgia. You know who it is? It's Michigan.
I think it might be Michigan. Yeah.
Is that right? That can't be right, right? Because Michigan hasn't played nobody, right? So
haven't played nobody
according to the real. So Darrell. So that 1% little line, not looking so good anymore, is it, buddy? It's not looking so good anymore.
Well, he's saying we might have less than a 1% chance.
Well, according to the voters, Michigan has a better shot than Georgia. So your argument is kind of invalid, Darrell. I'm not saying Michigan's going to win, but they see something that you don't see, obviously. So that's all I'm going to say, John. And I will say it's great to be a Michigan Wolverine, and Michigan versus everybody. I'm out.
There you go. It's great to be a Michigan Wolverine. Absolutely. So before we wrap, just a reminder to check out our merch store here at the Voice of College Football. We have so many just tremendous products that you can have for the entire family, friends. Deck everybody out in Voice of College Football gear today. Whether it's a keychain, whether it's our highest quality T-shirt, whether it's a mug, a hoodie, swimming trunks, we've got something for every season. We've got something for every reason. We've got everything you could think of for repping the Voice of College Football. Might as well get yourself something. And for Big Ten teams, we do have Michigan gear. So again, shirts and mugs and things like that. And we have Iowa gear. Okay. So you've got your Iowa gear, and then coming soon to the Big Ten, we have USC gear. As we know, they are going to be joining us next year. So if you want to get a jump on that, got some USC gear for you. So just go ahead and check out the merch store if you haven't already. It helps support the channel. And the stuff is actually good quality. I think a lot of people in chat, they've got their merch. And so let's see if we have anybody chime in with the merch that they've gotten. But I have a mug, I have a T-shirt, and and so sometimes I'll bring those onto the show. You would think that TCU taught you a lesson last year. Well, TCU, we did not respect them enough, I believe. And Harbaugh decided to do something called the Beat Georgia drill. And what the Beat Georgia drill really is let's practice for the postseason competition. So that might be Georgia, it might be other teams, Alabama, who might make it to the Final Four. So I think that they've done that, and it's a different mentality from last year and the year before. The returning production and the transfer portal pickups. This is a different team, James, from what we saw in 2022, I believe. JJ looks incredible. He actually had spring ball this time. Remember last time didn't have spring ball. And in fall camp, he was competing with Cade McNamara. He was competing with Cade McNamara till the second game. So he was splitting reps with the ones through the second game of the season. Okay, so look at the difference that having spring practice makes, that having fall camp with the reps with the ones, and now Roman Wilson looks like he's Ohio State caliber wide receiver. I mean, I'm just going to say it. He looks really, really good. So let's see how it goes. We also do have some sponsors. We have Ticket Smarter. BIG for purchases of $100 off, and BIG 20 for purchases of $300 off. You get 20% off. So go to ticketsmarter.com, post that right here. Boom. Okay, we also have Aura. So, folks, there's 85 people watching right now. Has every single one of you signed up for the free trial of Aura? And the reason I'm asking you this is it's free and it helps the channel. What Aura does is once you sign up for it, it's going to go through all the different usernames, passwords, things that you have across the World Wide Web, and it's going to look for maybe a password of yours was in a data breach. Maybe there's something going on, and it gives you a red alert that you need to switch something up. Aura really does a deep dive in a lot of different facets of your kind of digital identity, and we're offering a 2-week free trial. And if you like this content, you like the channel, all we're asking you to do is do a 2-week free trial. All right, that's all we're asking you to do, and see if you like it. And if you'd like to sponsor, if you have a business, a product, a service, or a personal brand, maybe you want to get your YouTube channel out there. You want to get your personal brand highlighted by enthusiastic college football fans. Okay, nearly 43,000 just on this main channel alone, and then all the team channels, you're looking at another 40,000 subscribers. Contact MarkRogersTV at Gmail, and we'll get you set up with a sponsorship opportunity. Any final comments before we wrap? Let's see. Alabama could make the SEC championship. Absolutely, they could. DeReal is talking about his bona fides with the Ohio State fandom. So there you go. It does look like the Final Four is going to be some version of the teams you have on the screen, Felipe. Ohio, Michigan, Florida State, Georgia, Oklahoma, maybe Washington, although they're looking kind of shaky, and Oregon's looking kind of shaky. I definitely think Michigan or Ohio State, whoever wins the game, is in. Florida State looks like they're going to be in. Georgia looks like they're going to be in, unless Bama can get them. It's possible. And then Oklahoma. Oklahoma's just winning games. Venables just, he took his lumps last year. He didn't, a lot of people were, I said all along, do not sleep on Venables. Okay, he needs a year. Let him institute a system. But this man is one of the best defensive coordinators that we've seen in college football ever. And I know that head coaching doesn't always translate, but give it a year. And now look, they're undefeated. Pretty cool. Let's see. Okay. Let's avoid personal things in chat. Let's try to keep it to teams. Can't wait to see what the Big Ten leaks tomorrow. Well, oh boy. I mean, we're gonna see, because apparently more evidence is supposed to be coming. So we're gonna see exactly the extent of what this was, I hope. And if there's proof that stuff happened, then I will support the appropriate punishment. I will not support, though, for this type of thing, a bowl ban. Okay, if it's more suspension, that's fine. But I'm not going to support a bowl ban unless it's revealed that Harbaugh himself was directing this thing. Because I think this team, when they're blowing out opponents 49-0, MSU changed their signals. They They try to do more huddle. They tried to do a lot like Michigan State did their best to conceal things. They got shut out, 49-0. Ohio State tried to change all of their signals. Apparently, Ryan Day changes his signals constantly anyway. But Ryan Day, before the Ohio State game in 2022, tried to change his signals. 45-23. I'm just saying. So, like, I don't know if it's super fair to, like, again, if there was demonstrable cheating, there's evidence, then the punishment should happen. But, you know, I think you got to be reasonable. We got Gizmo here at the Voice of College Football as well. I agree. I don't like anything that punishes. Yeah. So look, Harbaugh, you know, if let's give. I mean, he already had 3 self-imposed games. There will probably be more coming. Dependent Fanatic says, "Hi, Gizmo." And with that said, I think he's telling me that it's about that time to wrap tonight. So what I'm going to encourage everybody to do, first of all, is follow me, John Diadamo, on Twix, if you haven't already. I'm going to post my link here. Just give me a follow if you haven't. Sometimes I give takes on what's going on in college football. There we go. So check that out. Tomorrow night, we'll have Michigan Wolverines live, where I anticipate we're going to have one topic that's going to be talked about quite a bit. But hopefully we can also talk about some football too. And then we'll be back. Yeah, so I'll be back tomorrow night, and then after that, next Monday. And finally, last but certainly not least, I want everybody to go to formerly USC Trojans Live. Now they've taken the Trojans Conquest Live. That was originally a different show, but they've now made it the main show title. So join at 11 p.m. Eastern. Mark Rogers, Tim Prangley, and Matt Zemek, who's an excellent writer, Trojans Wire, USA Today. And they're going to be breaking down what's going on with USC. 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. So go ahead. And I'm going to ask you this. Tell them John sent you. Okay? Tell them John sent you from the Big Ten show so we can give them the support, you know, and the guidance there. So here's the link. Get on over there. It'll be on in less than an hour. So just, you know, put it to the side, go, you know, do what you need to do, walk your dog, etc. Trojan Conquest Live. Sure, you can tell them the Gizmo sent you as well. Absolutely. Oh, jeez. All right, y'all. Well, that's it for me. Until next time, go blue. See you later.